All right, please be seated. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew French. I'm chair of the Kansas Corporation Commission, joined by my colleagues, Commissioner Dwight Keene and Commissioner Annie Keither. I am now convening the evidentiary hearing for our proceeding titled In the Matter of the Application of Evergy Kansas Central, Inc. and Evergy Kansas South, Inc. for a siting permit for construction of a 345 kV transmission line in Sedgwick, Sumner, Cowley, and Chautauqua counties, Kansas, docket number 26-EKCE-148-STG. And we are going to begin with the entries of appearance from each of our parties, and I will start with Evergy.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair. Cole Bailey and Kathy Dingus for Evergy.
Good morning. For Southwest Power Pool.
Good morning, Heather Starnes on behalf of Southwest Power Pool.
Good morning, Ms. Starnes.
Good morning.
Now for the landowner interveners.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jim Zakora for the landowner interveners. With the permission of the General Counsel, I gave a list of the interveners to you. I can recite them, or if you're sufficient with the list I gave, that will be fine.
I'm tempted to make you do it by memory, but no, we have the list and I appreciate that.
And I am happy to say and honored that many of the interveners are in the courtroom today. So it's a great honor representing them, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakura, and thank you for everyone for joining us. Counsel for entry of appearance for our oil and gas intervener.
Yes, Paul M. Buck, appearing on behalf of Paul J. Buck individually and on behalf of Bull Oil Company, LLC.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Buck.
Good morning.
And finally, for KCC staff.
Good morning. Madison Hain and Hassan Latif are appearing on behalf of the commission staff and the public generally.
Good morning, Ms. Hain. Does staff have a recommendation regarding notice of this hearing?
Yes. Staff recommends a finding that notice was proper. KSA 77518 mandates that a notice of a hearing conducted pursuant to the Kansas Administrative Procedure Act shall be issued to all parties at least 10 days prior to the hearing. On December 9th, 2025, the Commission issued an order setting the procedural schedule for this docket, which designated today, March 11th, and tomorrow, March 12th, at 10 a.m. as the date and time of the evidentiary hearing. The order also designated the Commission's first floor hearing room as a place for this evidentiary hearing. This order was served on all parties to the case, and therefore staff recommends a finding that notice was proper.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, I will find that notice is proper and the commission has jurisdiction to hear this proceeding at this time and place. We will now move to preliminary matters. I've got a couple noted here for me, and I think a couple may have come up with some recent filings. So let's, if it's okay, I will raise what I have listed, and then if I've missed anything, the parties can let me know. First of all, and probably the most pressing, considering that we are here today, is that there was a motion to stay the proceedings in this docket filed by, I believe, the landowner interveners. Evergy and KCC staff filed responses. We also had a reply from the landowner interveners. Having reviewed all those pleadings, the commission will deny that motion at this time. We will further describe our ruling when we issue a written order in this proceeding. Please proceed, Mr. Zakura.
I would like to make a evidentiary record on the denial. For the record, please. The intervener landowners file their objection. We believe it's inappropriate to go forward with a hearing without residential ratepayers being represented in this case. The statutes of Kansas provide for provide for retail ratepayers to be represented through an appointment of CURB and a funding of CURB. CURB elected not to participate in this proceeding, so we respectfully ask the commission to appoint residential ratepayer representative. The basis of our request and the record objection is that if the commission approves the necessity and the route, that there will be, Evergy will have a $493 million expenditure, which will be paid by retail ratepayers in Kansas, about 16.5% of that. And we raise the record objection because we believe they have a due process right to be heard in this hearing. Thank you.
Your record objection is noted. Would either of the parties opposing the motion like to make an oral response or just rest on your written responses?
We'll do a written response.
Staff will as well. Thank you.
All right. So that is my first preliminary matter. I also understand there was a motion on February 23rd, also filed by the landowner interveners, for the commission to order Evergy to file various reports and assessments that they believe are necessary to this proceeding. Our plan at this time, having reviewed all of those filings, is to simply take that motion under advisement, see how the proceeding goes today, and we will address that issue in our final order. Would any of the parties like to be heard on the commission's ruling there? Okay. Couple other things that came in later that I had marked down, and I may have missed things, but the items that I had as additional items were, I believe we had some settlement testimony from a landowner. I want to say it was Vance Freeman, and it was, it looked like it was filed into our docket, but it was a Word document that was filed, and so it was rejected. I don't know the status. I assume a PDF was eventually filed, but I just wanted to hear what the status of that was and if there's any objection to receiving that.
Yes, that's correct. It was properly filed yesterday afternoon and accepted.
And is there any objection to the commission accepting that filing?
No objection.
Okay. The other item was a motion. I don't have the date. I think it may have been yesterday. For additional testimony from Noelle Richardson, and also for Ms. Richardson to adopt her daughter's testimony. Would the parties like to be heard on that motion?
Yes, that was a similar situation where we thought we had filed her direct testimony on January 29th, and just with the plethora of direct testimony that we were filing, it did not get filed. But yesterday we did file the motion and the testimony properly, and it was accepted and served to the parties.
What, just for my clarification, was that a situation where a document was filed, but it was the wrong format, or was it just was not filed?
It was just not filed.
Okay. Would the other parties like to be heard on that motion with a position?
Evergy's got no objection.
Okay.
Staff has no objection either.
Okay. Typically, we don't give a lot of leeway if something just wasn't filed and we can't show good cause. But given that it is pretty substantially similar to other testimonies that were filed, and given the fact that there are no objections, I will allow it in. And do the parties, I assume your non-objection also applies to the second part of that motion, which was allowing Ms. Richardson to adopt her daughter's testimony.
That's right.
That piece of the motion will be granted as well then. All right, that was everything I wrote down for preliminary matters, but it's possible I've missed some other things. So
Yes, Chair. I also have a motion to admit all pre-filed testimony.
okay.
Staff respectfully moves the commission and requests that all pre-filed direct testimony, cross-answering testimony, rebuttal testimony, settlement testimony, and all exhibits filed by the parties in this docket shall be admitted into the record of the matter.
Okay. I'm assuming that was agreed to by all the parties since it was not limited to any individual settling parties. So, but I want to check any objections from any party. All right. Hearing none, we will admit all of the filed testimonies and referenced exhibits into the record in this proceeding. Okay, any other preliminary matters? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody jumping out of their seats, so I think we've reached the end of that. So let's move on to describing the procedure that we will use for this hearing. First of all, I do understand that the parties wish to make opening statements. Evergy will go first, followed in order by Southwest Power Pool, the landowner interveners, the oil and gas interveners, and finally staff will go last. After the opening statements, we will proceed to the order of witnesses that was agreed to in the pre-hearing conference. I do want to note that there are several spectators here today, and I want to stress that the witnesses will be called to testify, but no additional public comments from spectators will be allowed. I understand at the pre-hearing conference, the parties indicated that they do not intend to make closing statements. However, we will have a procedural schedule for post-hearing briefs in lieu of those closing statements. So with that, that is our procedure for the hearing, and I believe we're ready to move to opening statements, and we will begin with Evergy. Mr. Cole Bailey, I have got you down for 15 minutes.
Yep, good morning.
Good morning.
I've got PowerPoints. Do you want you guys through? Okay. Yep. It works. Thank you, Michelle. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Cole Bailey. I'm going to discuss the request in the application and the non-unanimous settlement agreement between staff, Evergy, the SPP, the benefits of the proposed line, and a few other things. Evergy's request of the commission is for authority to construct a 130-mile, 345 kV transmission line from Evergy's Buffalo Flats 345 kV substation near Garden Plain, Kansas, ending in Delaware, Oklahoma. Evergy's application is a result of SPP's 2024 Integrated Transmission Plan, which identified the Buffalo Flats to Delaware as a necessary short-term reliability project. SPP then issued a notice to construct in March of 2025. After that, Evergy began planning the line. SPP is the regional transmission operator of 14 states in the Midwest. Kansas is included in this territory. Among many things, the SPP is responsible for managing the transmission grid in the region, ensuring reliability of the system, and planning transmission projects. Projects identified by SPP's ITP are not suggestions or recommendations on how utilities should plan the transmission system. With or without Evergy's participation, this project would be built once identified as necessary by the SPP. After Evergy received the notice to construct in March 2025, we held several open houses, inviting hundreds of landowners to participate to allow Evergy to begin identifying possible routes. After the open houses, Evergy identified and scored over 1 million possible routes. This was then cut down to about 100,000 where the routes were weighted and scored again. We eventually identified a preferred route, which was submitted with our application. The main aim was to maximize the distance of transmission line from residences, businesses, public facilities, parks, cemeteries, and communication towers. While it's impossible to identify a route that avoids all impacts, the routing study identified the route that had the least amount of impact to the items shown on screen. 2 local public hearings were held in January, where landowners expressed concern about the location of the line. Evergy took this feedback from the public hearings seriously and spent a substantial amount of time working with staff to make adjustments to the route. Through our collaboration, staff and Evergy made 12 modifications to our original preferred route that specifically addressed the concerns expressed at the public hearings. These modifications were suggested by staff in their direct testimony. Both Evergy and staff believe these modifications improve the preferred route by increasing the distance of the route from the homes. After agreeing to the 12 modifications, Evergy determined there were 17 distinct landowners that had not received notice of the project when this originally began back in March, the summer of 2025. Evergy took steps to contact all 17 landowners through written communication, in-person visits, and telephone calls when we had the correct phone number. All but 2 of these landowners were able to be contacted by Evergy. The 2 landowners we couldn't contact were out-of-state landowners. Evergy also agreed with staff that the written comment period for landowners and stakeholders should be extended by 18 days to allow for adequate time for any newly affected landowners to file comments. Landowners or attorneys may suggest that this outreach was in some way inadequate and have suggested the commission require more process. I will address this issue in briefing, but Evergy has met and gone beyond the notification requirements of what has historically been required in the line siting process. Back to the 12 modifications. Those are in the non-unanimous settlement agreement, along with 2 additional recommendations from staff. These including an easement template along with our protocols which were filed, and also updating language in the protocols to include an explanation of how Evergy measures and documents original conditions of property for right-of-way and ingress and egress. While we have heard isolated landowner concerns with prior projects, and there's no doubt that mistakes do happen, Evergy has an extremely good track record dealing with landowners and restoring land. Evergy settles hundreds of parcels of land each year with a percentage of far less than 1% ever reaching a level of disagreement where disputes over damages arise. I invite the commissioners to ask questions of Evergy's witnesses, Matt Armfield and Cale Lovelace, on how our practices are put into use through pre-construction meetings, information gathering, contractor report cards, and the lessons learned meetings after construction is complete. Taking a cue from the Monday Reno County transmission line hearing, Evergy plans to work with staff to develop a compliance verification. This way we can file something with the commission after construction and the easement settlements are complete to, let the commission know everything, all the parcels are settled, and we believe that the protocols have been followed through. Concerning the 5 factors the commission considers when reviewing a non-unanimous settlement agreement, Evergy is confident that we satisfy all 5. This is outlined in the company witness Lovelace and Ives in their testimony in support of the non-unanimous settlement. The first one, number 1, opposing parties have had ample opportunity to provide testimony, responses to comments, and participate in settlement with Evergy. Number 2, the agreement is supported by substantial competent evidence on the record as a whole. As I discussed earlier, over 1 million routes were scored. Several open houses were conducted, 2 public hearings. Staff performed their own analysis, and they made recommendations to improve the route. And finally, SPP has provided testimony explaining the need and benefit of the proposed project. The agreement does conform to applicable law. Evergy's application meets the requirements of the Transmission Line Siting Act. Evergy has already received a transmission rights only certificate in docket 26090, giving Evergy the right to build a transmission line. Whether the agreement results in just and reasonable rates is not applicable to this docket. This is a siting docket and Evergy is not requesting an increase in rates. The cost of the project is shared throughout SPP region by all of its members. Like most SPP projects, Evergy must pay its share of the cost. If this project were not located in Kansas, Evergy would still share the cost. And finally, the results of the agreement are in the public interest. One of the main criticisms from the interveners in this docket is that it will provide no benefit to Kansas or Kansas customers. This is simply not true. The project will deliver cost savings, improve reliability, increase resilience and redundance for Kansas while strengthening the regional power grid, provide congestion relief on 7 Kansas transmission lines, lowering energy costs for customers, reduce outage risk, and improve ability to deliver available electricity to Kansas communities during high-stress conditions like extreme weather events by addressing voltage constraints and transmission bottlenecks. And finally, it will allow energy to flow into and out of Kansas based on availability and need. Interveners have also filed a settlement agreement as well. However, it's clear the document is not actually a settlement and cannot satisfy the 5 factors. The intervener settlement agreement introduces new positions not based on evidence in the record, like double circuiting and using existing easements to construct a new line. Their blanket suggestion does not provide any practical solution that can be utilized in the real world of routing a transmission line, and the suggestions are ultimately unworkable. Additionally, the intervener agreement was never given to the parties. Evergy only saw it after it was filed, and we were deprived of an opportunity to discuss it. Finally, the intervener agreement is not in the public interest. It contains a number of factual misstatements regarding the existing transmission system in the Flint Hills and would result in increased cost and significant impact on reliability of the transmission system. Another key criticism from the interveners is the alleged damage the transmission line will cause to the Flint Hills. Evergy has decades of experience building and operating, maintaining transmission lines throughout the Flint Hills. Currently, Evergy owns and operates over 1,000 miles of transmission lines and nearly 400 miles of 345 kV transmission lines in the Flint Hills. This project will only add 35 miles to that tally. Evergy has never had a problem restoring any damaged prairie grass in areas that have been disturbed. Additionally, Evergy has agreed to hire a qualified individual to develop best practices to help restore any disturbed areas in the Flint Hills. Finally, landowners assert that the construction of transmission lines in the Flint Hills may run afoul of Governor Kelly's moratorium on wind development in the Flint Hills. This position is an outlandish stretch of the governor's moratorium, and this position should be summarily rejected by the commission, as parties have made no reasonable linkage of the moratorium to a transmission line to be cited based upon the identified need in SPP's planning process. In conclusion, Evergy seeks approval of a 130-mile, 345 kV transmission line from Buffalo Flats to Delaware, Oklahoma, a project mandated by SPP's 2024 transmission plan. After evaluating over 1 million routing options, incorporating landowner and staff feedback, Evergy refined the preferred route and made 12 improvements to reduce impacts. The non-unanimous settlement meets all commission criteria. The project provides clear regional and Kansas benefits, including improved reliability, reduced congestion, enhanced resilience, and concerns about Flint Hills impacts are addressed through Evergy's long history of successfully constructing and restoring transmission corridors in the area. And that's all. And I'll stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. No questions. We will now move to Ms. Starnes from Southwest Power Pool, or for Southwest Power Pool. Oh, make sure you push the button. There should be I think a blue light.
Can you hear me okay? Better. Okay. I could use my mom voice if you Good morning. Heather Starnes, and I'm here on behalf of Southwest Power Pool, and we have a lot to get through over the next 2 days, so I will keep it brief. Southwest Power Pool is a regional transmission organization, and we're here because it's our responsibility to plan for the transmission and offer transmission service over the more than 72,000 miles of transmission under our tariff in the 14-state footprint that is SPP. That includes Kansas. We also operate energy and operating reserve markets for the benefit of our members and our customers. We traditionally don't get involved in siting proceedings, as siting is not part of what is under the jurisdiction of SPP. However, because we are the authorized transmission planner for the region, it's appropriate for us to be available to the commission and the parties to provide information and resources as appropriate to substantiate the need and help folks understand the process by which this project was developed, the benefits that it provide, and the needs that it addresses, so that you can make the necessary decisions that you need to make and help ensure that we get this line constructed and in place. And we will continue to be here to be a resource, to provide information and answer questions as needed. And we appreciate you having us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Starnes. Mr. Zakura for the landowner interveners.
Before I, do we have the clicker? Before I start the opening statement, I want to thank the commission for allowing us to be here today. As I get older, it's more of an honor every day to be before the commission. I also want to thank council, commission staff, Evergy, SPP, landowners. We worked well together, collegiate, how do you say that, collegially, and there wasn't a single dispute that we had to come to the commission to resolve. So I want to thank the parties for taking the position that we present this to you as a matter of evidence so that the commission can make a decision under Kansas law. So with that introduction, I would now like to turn to the opening statement. In the opening statement, as you can see, it's very personal to all of us. You can see that in the room today. I'm going to start by giving you just a couple of instances. The first one I'll give you is Robert Tyler and Spring Hill Farm. The real estate property owned by Robert Tyler and Spring Hill Farm is primarily utilized for ranching, agricultural, and recreational purposes. The total real estate affected by the transmission line is about 1,300 acres. Spring Hill Farm lies mostly on the east side of Walnut River, southwest of Winfield. The farm and the parcels traverse 2.5 miles of practically contiguous river frontage. The area where the proposed line will cross the property is very aesthetically and unique in that there are limestone bluffs that raise 150 to 200 feet above the river. The property is essentially the western edge of the Flint Hills and the Tallgrass Prairie. The farm and the farm across the river are very historic due to the limestone homes, farms that were built in 1883. There's a beautiful view from the bluff directly to the east of the river. On this stretch, there are 3 eagle nests, which says a lot about the ecology of the area. The second intervener I'd like to speak to is the Bryant family. The Chautauqua Hills region, which will also be bisected by the proposed transmission line, are generally not cultivated for crops, but are instead used for pasture. The Chautauqua Hills coincides with the Cross Timbers ecosystem, a patchwork of ancient hardwood forests interspersed with prairie. This is important to me. Tree dating samples from 26 mature post oak trees in the Cross Timbers State Park in 1982 revealed that 5 of the trees sampled had inner rings dating back to 1724, 1727, 1736, 1737, and 1740. In 2024, the Bryants built a home and retired and moved from Wichita to live their dream. Now Evergy is proposing to build a transmission line across the entire south property line of the Bryants ranch and home. Evergy's proposed transmission line will require the destruction of hundreds, if not thousands, of ancient trees and endanger their most scenic pond. The tree clearing swath would come to about 85 feet of the pond. The pond is vital for livestock and is home to fish, waterfowl, and livestock. Leading to the pond is a scenic waterfall. This is one of the favorite hiking destinations, and the destruction would come within 85 feet as well. I would now like to turn to what I think the parties agree to in the case. Number one, Evergy Kansas Central proposes to spend about $493 million with a 20% contingency to construct the 133-mile transmission line under review in this case. Number two, the Southwest Power Pool did not competitively bid the proposed transmission project. but instead awarded the construction to Evergy on a no-bid basis. Number 3, 25 miles of the 133-mile pipeline is co-located along existing Evergy transmission lines, and 108 is not. Number 4, the greenfield construction bisects a part of the Flint Hills ecosystem that was not burdened with transmission lines of 69 kV and above. Number 5, the towers for the proposed transmission line are 80 to 160 feet high. Evergy states that there'll be at least 205 of these towers for the transmission line, but interveners calculate many more towers will be needed. 7, 160 feet is slightly higher than the 11-story Evergy building located at 818 Kansas Avenue, and a little more than half the height of the Kansas Capitol, which is the tallest building in Topeka. Number 8, Evergy Kansas Central has 751,000 retail customers, 651,000 residential, and about 90,000 commercial. Number 9, these customers have no representation in this proceeding. Number 10, the county commissioners of Cowley and Chautauqua counties are opposed to the transmission line. Number 11, out of 201 public comments in this docket, 200 are opposed to the proposed transmission line, and 1 is neutral. 12, the general public, residential and commercial ratepayers are about 306 communities in the state of Kansas, which have no representation in this case. I would now like to turn the last part of my proceeding to the history of Kansas. The tallgrass ecosystem once covered 170 million acres across the continent, but less than 4% remains today, and 2/3 of that 4% is in the Kansas Flint Hills. This case actually had its beginning in the 1700s and 1800s. In this period, what we know as America was fluid, a work in progress. People from all over the world came to America to escape religious and government persecution and make a better life for themselves and their families. Most arrived on the East Coast and began their journey west, walking mostly, but in wagons and on horseback for some. The Spanish came to Kansas through what is now New Mexico. They arrived and they saw this marvelous thing called the tallgrass prairie, the Flint Hills, which they described as a sea of grass that extended for millions of acres, farther than the eye could see. But the sea of grass, with its extremely rich nutrients that supported diverse wildlife, was anchored by the soil. And its microbes, its spiders, its worms, its caterpillars, its snakes, and its lizards. They saw the ancient forests of the Chautauqua Hills region, the hardwood trees that existed before they arrived, the land, the plants, the insects, the ancient forests, the animals, the birds, and then finally the people. With bison so numerous, the Spanish explorers described what is now known as Kansas as populated by bison herds so numerous that you could walk several days in the herd and never reach the end. Millions and millions of bison. The proposed transmission route of Evergy bisects one of the last remaining pristine portions of the Flint Hills. The Chautauqua region, which will be bisected by the transmission line of Evergy, are generally not cultivated but are used for pasture. They have trees that date back to 1724. These will be destroyed. The ancient trees will be lost forever if the commission approves the proposed route. This is our request. In this docket, the interveners are respectfully requesting that the commission place a high value on the cultural heritage of Kansas and endorse a land ethic that highly values an ecological conscience. Do we have a responsibility to future generations for conservation of our natural heritage to have an ecological conscience? Aldo Leopold, an American naturalist, ecologist, and conservationist, delves into conservation in his essay, The Ecological Conscience. He states, conservation is a state of harmony between man and land. The land ethic simply enlarges the boundaries of the community to include soils, water, plant, animals, or collectively the land. He states, a land ethic, of course, cannot prevent the alteration, management, and use of these resources, but importantly, but it also affirms the right to their continued existence, and at least in spots, their continued existence in a natural state. In short, a land ethic changes the role of humans from that of conqueror of the community to a member of it. Evergy and the KCC staff have played a far lower value on preservation of the Flint Hills and the Cross Timbers region in the Chautauqua Hills than have the landowners. Their view generally is that Evergy can erect hundreds of 160-foot towers and bring millions of pounds of steel, wire, concrete, and gravel over 133 miles, leave it there for 50 years, and cause no degradation to the ecosystem. No reasoned analysis would agree that this position is correct. Evergy has identified several alternate routes that either avoid impact to the Flint Hills and Cross Timbers region in their entirety or minimize the impact. Evergy has also identified routes that reduce the amount of transmission line mileage in Kansas by more than half. The KCC should reject the route proposed by Evergy in this docket and order Evergy to present a proposed route for the transmission line, which is more respectful to the people in the 5 counties currently burdened with the line and is more respectful to the cultural, environmental, agricultural, and economic well-being of Kansans. I have one final point. Both Evergy and the KCC staff take the position that if SPP finds an interstate transmission project to be needed, the state cannot refuse to cite the project. This cedes the power of eminent domain from the state of Kansas to the federal government. It is in direct contravention to the Kansas statutes. The right to eminent domain for a transmission line resides with the state of Kansas and is wholly dependent on the finding of the KCC that there is a necessity for the transmission line and that its route is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zakura. Mr. Buck?
Chairman and Commissioners, good morning.
Good morning.
We recognize that the Commission has an important responsibility in proceedings like this to balance the need for reliable electric infrastructure with the interest of the landowners, communities, and existing industries affected by the location of that infrastructure. Mr. Buck and Bull Oil hold oil and gas interests in the area affected by the proposed transmission line, including the long producing Blackjack lease, which has produced oil in this region for decades. These interests reflect long-standing investment and involvement in the responsible development of energy resources in this part of Kansas. Oil and gas development depends on a limited number of possible drilling locations governed by spacing requirements and setbacks. When a transmission corridor occupies a part of the tract of land, it can eliminate potential drilling locations and effectively restrict future mineral development. This proceeding requires the Commission to answer 2 questions: whether the proposed transmission line is necessary and whether the location of that line is reasonable. Our position is that that this raises 2 serious questions, and we have questions with both. Kansas has long depended on reliable electric infrastructure, and no one, I don't think, disputes the importance of maintaining a strong electric grid. But transmission infrastructure for this scale should only be constructed when it is truly necessary and is when it's located in a place where the long-term impacts are reasonable. The proposed route crosses portions of the Flint Hills, one of the most intact tallgrass prairie landscapes remaining in North America. This region has supported ranching, agriculture, and oil production for generations. It is not undeveloped land waiting for a new use. It is a working landscape that has sustained Kansas communities for decades. What is particularly concerning in this case is that the routing analysis used to select the preferred route evaluated many factors, including homes, wetlands, floodplains, agriculture structures, and other environmental features, but it did not evaluate oil production, mineral leases, or drilling locations when determining the preferred route. Those impacts were raised by landowners, but they were not meaningfully analyzed as part of the route selection process. Infrastructure of this scale and magnitude does not come and go. Once constructed, it becomes part of the landscape for generations. Transmission lines can be placed in many places, but the Flint Hills exist in only one. For that reason, the question of whether this project is necessary and whether it should be located deserves careful consideration. We ask the commission to keep this question at the forefront as they hear testimony in this proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. And finally, Ms. Hain for KCC staff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commission staff's position in this docket is that there is substantial competent evidence in the record that the proposed Buffalo Flats to Delaware transmission line is necessary, that the current preferred route is reasonable, and therefore that the settlement agreement submitted by Evergy, SPP, and staff should be approved. I will briefly lay out the legal standards that the Commission must use to reach a determination in this docket and highlight staff's recommendations made to the Commission under those standards. To evaluate the necessity of the line, staff has performed the analysis required by KSA 661180 to consider the benefits of the proposed line to consumers in Kansas, consumers outside of Kansas, and the economic development benefits of the project in Kansas. The necessity of the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line is well supported by extensive studies performed by the Southwest Power Pool as critically reviewed by Commission staff. SPP's 2024 Integrated Transmission Planning Study identified Southeast Kansas as particularly vulnerable to transmission limitations and significant reliability concerns during extreme winter weather. SPP identified the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line as part of the solution to avoiding the devastating economic and human consequences that can take place during severe weather events like winter storms Uri and Elliott. SPP's sophisticated transmission planning modeling has also confirmed that the construction of the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line will reduce transmission congestion and result in increased market access to low-cost energy for Kansans and those in neighboring states. To evaluate the reasonableness of the route of the transmission line, staff scrutinized Evergy's preferred route using the line siting guidance document approved by the Commission in docket 24102, the recent docket investigating principles for line siting. In the 24102 docket, Commission staff and 17 interveners representing a variety of diverse and often competing interests undertook an extensive investigation to develop a comprehensive set of principles to determine the reasonableness of a siting of a proposed transmission line. As a result of that docket, the Commission approved a line siting guidance document that was supported without objection from any of the 17 intervener groups. The purpose of this guidance document is to help utilities identify the least impactful and therefore most reasonable route to build a transmission line along. Staff have thoroughly analyzed Evergy's preferred route for the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line, which is the product of the study of thousands of different potential routes. Evergy utilized a modified version of the routing principles identified in the line siting investigation docket and prioritized minimizing landowner impacts to residences, businesses, and cultivated land, among several other factors. Directly following public hearings held in January, the submission of public comments through February, staff and Evergy collaborated with landowners to identify 12 modifications to the proposed route initially submitted by Evergy. These modifications decreased the number of homes within 500 feet of the transmission line from 40 to 12. Staff witnesses Paul Owings, Leo Hanos, and Matthew Galino are here today to testify about these specific modifications, why they were selected, and why other potential modifications were not selected. Staff's analysis shows that the current route presented in the settlement agreement between Evergy, SPP, and staff is reasonable. Staff's role in this docket is to fairly weigh all competing interests and then reach a determination that is supported by the evidence in the record and current law. Staff has worked to take landowner concerns into consideration through the development and implementation of the line setting criteria and through the diligent review of landowner testimony and public comments submitted in the docket. Ultimately, staff's decision must rest on the interests of the public in general, not just on the interests of the specific landowners who would be affected by the construction of the transmission line. Staff witness Paul Owings will testify that the governor's moratorium does not prohibit this electric transmission line from being built in the Flint Hills. The moratorium only applies to the development of wind power infrastructure in the Flint Hills. The Buffalo Flats to Delaware line is plainly not wind power infrastructure. If approved, this transmission line would carry electrons produced by all forms of energy generation in Kansas and throughout the Eastern Interconnect. Simply put, a transmission line does not know what kind of megawatts it is carrying, be it natural gas, nuclear, or renewable energy. Staff witness Paul Owings will also testify that staff understands the environmental and cultural significance of the Flint Hills region, but that the Flint Hills have never been exempted from all forms of economic development. Although the governor has issued a moratorium on the development of wind power infrastructure, no such moratorium has been issued regarding the development of farming or oil and gas operations. In their filed testimony, many of the landowners who have intervened in this docket have described how they are actively engaged in farming and oil and gas operations on their property. Finally, staff witness Paul Owings will testify that the proposed Buffalo Flats to Delaware line will result in the permanent loss of just 0.2 acres of land in the Flint Hills. This is far less of an impact on the integrity of the Flint Hills region than longstanding activities like row crop farming and oil and gas operations. Additionally, SPP, staff, and Evergy have agreed that Evergy will hire a qualified professional to oversee the remediation of disturbed areas in the Flint Hills. The commission should weigh these impacts to the Flint Hills against the known and quantified reliability and economic benefits offered to the state of Kansas and find that overall the recommended route is reasonable. The siting of this transmission line requires many considerations, and the commission's decision is not easy. Under the law, the preferred route does not need to be the best or most reasonable route. The route just must be reasonable and in the public interest. The evidence in the record is clear that the Buffalo Flats to Delaware line is necessary and that the route is reasonable. The settlement agreement between Evergy, SPP, and staff expressly provides for a process whereby affected landowners can continue to work with Evergy to make reasonable micrositing adjustments to the route of the line, even without commission approval, where the adjustments remain within 1,000 feet of the approved route. Staff have diligently reviewed the preferred route and worked with Evergy and landowners to make modifications to make the route more reasonable. Staff has performed its duty to ensure that Kansans have access to efficient and sufficient electric utility service now and in the future. Therefore, staff asks the commission to approve the settlement agreement submitted by Evergy, SPP, and staff in this docket. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hain. All right, that concludes all of our opening statements. We're less than an hour in, so we're going to keep moving. We're not going to take a break yet. So we will begin with the examination of witnesses. And Evergy, you may call your first witness.
Evergy calls Cale Lovelace.
Lovelace, if you'll stand and raise your right hand, please.
Oh, yeah.
Solemnly swear or affirm testimony about offer in this college should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you need a spelling of his name? You got it. Okay.
Good.
Okay. Morning, Cale. Can you please state your name for the record?
Sorry, I figured I'd need that water pretty soon.
It-
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Yes, Cale Lovelace,
And who are you employed by?
Evergy,
And what is your position?
Transmission Substation Construction Project Manager.
Are you the same Caleb Lovelace that filed direct testimony on November 14th, rebuttal on February 9th, response to comments on February 23rd, and settlement testimony on March 6th?
Yes.
If I were going to ask you those questions today, would your answers be the same or similar?
The same.
And do you have any edits or typos you'd like to address in your testimony today?
No.
I'll turn to the witness for, I guess, commission questions and then cross-examination.
Looks like we've got landowners next. Is that right? Oh, right, we did ask for a commissioner. Okay, my apologies. Sorry for the confusion. Yes, we will go to commission questions first, then followed by the parties. Are there any questions by the commissioners to begin? Commissioner Keen?
Yes, thank you, Chair French. Good morning, Mr. Lovelace.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioner.
I'm going to be very candid with you at the outset. I have a lot of questions for you.
Okay.
So we can kind of settle in here for a conversation of sorts.
I've got water, so we're good.
Good. I may need some too. As a general rule, would you agree that in deciding who bears the burden and costs of electric transmission siting, those who benefit the most should be the ones who bear the greater amount of the costs and inconveniences, as a general rule?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'll repeat it if
Okay,
you wish.
Yeah.
As a general rule, would you agree that in deciding who bears the burden and costs of electric transmission line siting, those who benefit the most should bear the greatest measure of costs and inconveniences? That is there some relationship between costs and benefits?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Did you agree with the statement that I made?
Yes, I agree that there's should be a balance between cost benefits should be beneficial. Yep. Beneficial.
Would you also agree that in justifying this transmission line siting, Evergy bears the burden of proof in demonstrating that the line siting they have proposed is necessary and reasonable?
Yes.
Are any of the electrical service areas or territories in Kansas through which the proposed line will pass, are these currently, any of these areas, underserved or facing reliability issues?
I'd have to refer to our planning group for a little bit of additional detail there, but in general, through the routing corridor, we do have some reliability concerns in that area, especially in south central Kansas.
Specifically, which areas?
We've got a 69 kV grid in the area that is a bit older.
And where's that located?
Most of the routing study area. So it'd be Chautauqua, Cowley, Sumner, and Sedgwick counties. We do have some reliability issues in those areas.
Are these Evergy lines?
Most of them 69 kV and above are, yes.
All right. Any other areas that you would identify along this proposed route or corridor that you believe are underserved or at risk for reliability?
So again, I'm not a transmission planner, so I can't really answer that question all that well. I haven't studied that specifically, but there are some reliability areas in this area. I'm afraid I don't have a whole lot of additional details on top of that, but I'd be happy to follow up.
I want you to follow up because you're the witness.
Yeah.
You're the witness Evergy proffers.
Yeah.
I can't have you deferring to other experts within the domain of Evergy
Yes.
who are not here to provide the testimony that's kind of critical to this commission determination. It's a very serious responsibility we have here, and I'm trying to ask you serious questions that might have some import in the final result. So that does concern me.
Yes, Mr. Bailey.
Yeah, I'd offer the SPP will be here as well. This is kind of outside the scope of Kale's specific testimony. Also, Darren Ives will be going on later this afternoon.
Right.
Okay. Well, I'd be happy to ask the same question of Mr. Ives, but the question I'm asking actually has to do with how the route relates to current either under service or reliability issues. That's, I don't know how that's within the domain of SPP, but I'll be happy to ask that question. And I'll be happy to ask the same question of Mr. Ives also. But I think it's a fairly straightforward question. Did you not understand the question?
Yes, but I've been more focused on this route specifically and the endpoints that it connects to more than anything else.
Okay.
But yeah, in general, there's a lot of REC service that takes power off of our 69 kV and 138 kV grid in this area. Again, I need to probably defer to the power pool to determine if it's actually underserved or if we have significant reliability issues there. But a lot of the area is served off our 69 kV, 138 kV grid, and there are radial lines out there, several of them. Radial being no redundancy.
How does Kansas specifically and directly benefit from the proposed line?
The line offers bidirectional flow between Kansas and Tulsa and Southwest Oklahoma. It allows us to move power out of the state when other states need it, but then when we are low on power and we have a shortage or if we have a winter storm event, it allows us to bring power into the state.
Let me ask that question a little more specifically with respect to the proposed line.
Sure.
Will there be any drop downs or substations in Kansas to provide direct service to Kansans from this proposed line?
Yes, at the Buffalo Flats substation on the west side of Wichita.
That's the beginning point.
Yes. It's going to feed into our overall 345 kV grid downstream. Along the length of the line, there will be no step down substations.
There will be no step down substations in Sedgwick, if I'm understanding your answer, in Sedgwick, Sumner, Cowley, or Chautauqua County.
Correct. There are no planned substations along the length of this line. Its purpose is to deliver 345 kV power to the west side of Wichita and then distribute out into the grid from the Buffalo Flats substation. It gets stepped down and delivered out to the grid from there.
All right. As I understand it, the proposed line is in Kansas is about 133 miles in length. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How many of these miles are within Evergy service territory?
100%.
Say again?
I believe all of them.
All of those miles lie within Evergy's service territory.
Talking distribution service. It's in the Evergy.
Is there another form of service?
Excuse me, there's the Evergy, Kansas South territory. So it's inside of our transmission territory. There are RECs that operate in the area at lower voltages, 34 kV and 12 kV that are not Evergy.
Well, in fact, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm going to I'm going to share information that the staff has shared with me. Basically, this line traverses within Kansas only, from the beginning point near Garden Plain to the ending point west of Caney. The service territory of 5 rural electrical cooperatives. Is that correct?
I have not verified that it's been all 5, but I'm going to assume that you are correct.
You can verify some of these things if you would, or have some of your support staff verify this. But as I understand it, more specifically, there are within Evergy's service territory, where this proposed line lays, 6.6 miles out of the 133 miles. Roughly 5% is in Evergy service territory. Would you agree?
I would need to verify those numbers, but again, I'll assume that you're correct.
Please do. The breakdown is roughly this. Sedgwick County Co-op, 14.2 miles, 11%. Wheatland Co-op, 4.5 miles, 3%. Sumner Cowley Co-op, 45.50 miles, 34%. County Valley Electric Cooperative, 48 miles, 36%. They say Evergy has 6.6%. And the Wellington Muni has 5.10 miles, or roughly 4%. Please verify that for me if you would, and let us know after the break.
Yes, sir, I'll follow up.
I'd appreciate that. I'm guessing here a bit, but I think I'm pretty close. That because so much of the proposed line runs through REC co-op service territories, that's why the company sought a transmission rights only or a conditional order.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the scope of the authority that's conferred upon Evergy is basically limited until such time as the commission actually approves the route of the line.
Correct.
Okay. A lot of paperwork to work through here. Maybe somewhat of an understatement. Let me turn to your direct testimony if I could, Mr. Lovelace. And it is the direct testimony of November 14, 2025. I'm turning first to page 15. I don't know if you have that or if you have access to that.
I do not have it, no. Commissioner, you said page 15, correct?
Yes, page 15, if you would, please. I'm looking at lines basically 1 through 6, focusing more on 5 and 6, really. And if you could kind of follow along a little bit here, and if I'm incorrect in how I'm paraphrasing what you're saying here, please correct me. But I think you're answering the question, do you have any concluding comments? And your answer is yes, the commission should grant Evergy a siting permit for the proposed line. Evergy's analysis demonstrates that, and now I'm skipping down to lines 5 and 6. Number 4, the route best utilizes existing transmission corridors and easements to accommodate the new transmission line. My question to you is, how does it do this and where does it do this?
Yeah, our opportunities to parallel and narrow up our additional transmission corridor was really on the west end of the project, I believe in Sumner County and then in Sedgwick County as well. Those are the 2 areas that we identified to be able to narrow up our additional easement. There are transmission lines through Chautauqua County and Chautauqua County and Cowley County. But as the routes scored out, those ended up being further away from areas. Those ended up being further away from the preferred route as we ran the analysis. So the opportunities there weren't in the the best route.
Those really wouldn't be germane in this case, would they? The latter ones that you referred to.
Please repeat.
I said they wouldn't, the latter instances you cited would not be germane to this docket, would they?
Correct.
Okay. I don't know how convenient this is going to be for you, Cole, but I'm turning now to there's some exhibits attached to your testimony. Perhaps if he could be provided with those exhibits, it would be helpful. Do you have them?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Exhibit KHL3 is basically a Southwest Power Pool short-term reliable project analysis, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And if we turn to page 4, basically pages 4 and 5.
Yes, sir.
As I say, this is an SPP document. It discusses the Branson 345 kV overlay project, does it not?
Yes.
Which is the generic term assigned to basically 3 segments of project, basically 3 separate line segments, of which the Buffalo Flats line is one.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. Now, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, but as I review this SPP write-up on this Branson project, of which the Buffalo Flats is a part, I see no references to Southeast Kansas. I see a lot of references here to Missouri in terms of need. I don't see Southeast Kansas mentioned here. Do you see that? I just don't see it.
Under the Buffalo Flats Delaware line, I see this line connects to central Kansas at a major wind power interconnection point, and it completes pathway to northeast Oklahoma where they've got generation in general. And I'm sorry if I'm paraphrasing there, but it references bidirectional power flow to central Kansas.
And so in that general way, you think that creates a reference or link back to Southeast Kansas?
I would say in general, I think they reference central Kansas because Wichita is a major hub in the area. But in general, I think they're referring to the central Southeast Kansas regionally, but not directly.
Okay. What's critical here, and the reason I'm pursuing this line of questioning is, I think that this part of this exhibit that you have utilized from the Southwest Power Pool tries to focus on areas that are underserved. Okay. And so in terms of developing a premise that there's a need, and that's why I was concerned that I see a lot of Missouri and I just didn't see any Kansas. But you're telling me now that if I look more closely and kind of read between the lines, it's there.
Yeah, and I read through this morning just to brush up on it. But yeah, it mentions generation facilities around the Tulsa area. The Delaware substation AEP territory is about 45 minutes away from Tulsa. I think the indication is have generation there, but I'll admit the SPP folks are really the expert on this study. They know the in and out and all the full benefits of everything. So I'll answer the best I can. But yeah, there in this summary there are references to generation facilities in Delaware that would provide power flow to the west.
Okay. If we could, I want to turn next to your rebuttal testimony. Part of your rebuttal testimony addresses the issue of how you propose to deal with oil and gas operations, does it not?
Yes, sir.
We start with a general question. Considering the route, the proposed route, the preferred route for Evergy goes through 4 oil and gas producing counties: Sedgwick, Sumner, Cowley, and Chautauqua. How many operators, oil and gas operators, are going to be affected by the route of this line through these 4 counties?
Believe we'd identified one.
I'm sorry?
Believe we'd identified one.
You've identified, I understand your question. You identified through all those 4 counties, one oil and gas operator.
One active oil field that we have identified along the route.
And who is that operator?
I believe Paul Buck.
And your belief is that Mr. Buck is the only operator of an oil and gas lease in those 4 counties. Are you saying that?
No, he is the only operator along our preferred route.
The only one along the preferred route?
Yes.
Turn next to Leo Hannis's direct testimony. Bear with me. Take a look at page 8. The lead in place 7 and 8, actually, on page 7, beginning on line 15 and 16. The question is, do you believe the oil and gas interests referred to above will be adversely impacted by the proposed route? And then I'm going to skip on over to the answer to that provided by Leo Hannes over on page 8, lines 1 through 3. And if I misread this, you correct me. He says here, there's evidence of considerable oil and gas activity along the entire proposed route, and there may be other active oil and gas leases that are impacted by the route that we are not aware of. Were you aware of this testimony? Yes. What's your reaction to that statement by Mr. Hannes?
I agree with Leo. There, as you mentioned earlier, this is an active oil and gas area of the state. Sedgwick, Sumner, Chautauqua, and Cowley counties. There may be other leases out there that we aren't aware of yet. We did not perform full title research when we cited this line, since we had a 900-mile routing network. But yeah, there may be oil and gas leases out there that we'll need to work with the landowner to microsite and site our final center line.
I don't even paraphrase you incorrectly, but you're not terribly concerned about the fact that there may be other operators with whom you would need to contend in constructing the line.
I understand that there likely are other operators out there, but our intention is to work with them. We have the ability to microsite with them on their property. And then if it's extensive micrositing beyond 1,000 feet, we'll work with all the adjacent landowners and the KCC to come up with the best solution.
Let's take a look at your responses to the public comment. Loveless responses to public comment, page 5.
Cole's getting the steps in today. So you said page 5?
Yes, please, page 5.
Okay.
Essentially, what I'm focusing on here is basically lines 17 through 24. The question you were asked is, some comments suggest the proposed line will disrupt existing oil fields. How do you respond? The first sentence, and again, if I'm paraphrasing, if I'm reading wrong, you correct me here. Your answer begins on line 19, and it is as follows. Evergy will work with the property owners to route the proposed transmission line through oil fields to ensure that no active wells or existing underground lines are impacted. Did I read that sentence correctly?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by property owners? Who are you talking about?
I think you could more broadly, at that point, we were talking about the owners of the property, but then obviously they'll receive input from the leaseholders.
Say again.
The property owners, I'm assuming, would receive input from the leaseholders. Since we'll be acquiring our easement directly from the landowners, not the leaseholders of the oil and gas lease, the property owners would be the person whose property actually has an oil and gas lease on it.
There are certain protocols that a company is required to follow and that they've agreed to follow in the construction of the line. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And a part of those protocols pertain to oil and gas operations, does it not?
Yes.
Well, so it begs the question that they're not the owners of the property. That was my concern. You're alluding here to property owners, and I think you're telling me that you mean by that the landowners. And I'm concerned about how are you going to work to get this route around oil and gas production if you don't work with operators, oil and gas operators?
Yes, sir. I think it would be a three-way conversation between us, the landowners, and the operators. But understanding that we're acquiring our easement directly from the property or landowners, that was the reference here. But yes, we'll certainly be discussing with the operators as well.
Look at lines 21 through 22. And again, if I quote incorrectly, tell me. It says, additionally, we can work with property owners to route the line around planned future wells and underground lines. How is it that you're going to identify future development activities?
We would receive input from the operators and the landowners. Where they would be planning to put a well in the near future, we would obviously avoid that area.
Okay, so you're asking for them to give you that judgment at one point in time, which is when you ask them.
Yes, sir, that's the best information we can work off of.
Probably problem I see is that planned is kind of a present intention.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be metaphysical here, but here's what I'm concerned about. To the extent there are oil and gas leases, many of which I think you may not have identified, as Mr. Haynes alludes to, throughout this route. What you have is you have oil and gas operators that have pre-existing rights through oil and gas leases. Do they not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it may be in, perhaps through cross-examination, Mr. Buck can bring this out even in more detail, but many of these leases have both express and implied covenants. And there isn't such a thing as an implied covenant to develop, which means to maintain the lease, the operator may be required to develop that lease in a prudent way.
Okay.
All right. What if the presence of your line and the right of way that goes with your line precludes that from happening? It creates a conflict, does it not, between the right of way, the rights that you have, the easement that you have for this line, and the contractual rights that the operator might have. Is that not correct? Would that not potentially cause a conflict?
Commissioner, I'm sorry. I think you're asking to form a legal conclusion on.
No, I'm
content
not.
of the-
No, I'm not. I'm not. Let me rephrase the question, Mr. Bailey. Assuming that my statements are correct regarding oil and gas leases, would it create a conflict?
Could say potentially, but I'll admit that I'm no expert in oil and
No, and I'm not
Yes,
trying to mousetrap you on that issue.
I'm not a
either.
real estate expert either.
The only reason I bring this up is the oil and gas industry is a mature industry and has operated for decades in all 4 of these counties.
Yes.
Would you not agree?
Yes, sir.
The impact of this line on those operators, to the extent there are operators affected, either known or unknown, could be very consequential, could it not?
If improperly routed, yes.
All right. While we're on the levelist responses to public comments, let's consider for a moment alternate routes, alternates to the preferred route that Evergy has. And I think we can, again, focus primarily within the confines of your testimony with regard to landowner comments. Again, pretty much on pages 4 and 5. One of the options that you allude to as having been at least tentatively considered was the US Route 166 route, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And I think you addressed that particular route and your concerns on page 5.
Yes, sir.
In particular from lines 7 through 16. As I understand it, you never mapped or scored this route. Is that correct?
Correct. It wasn't included in our route network. We drove the route, explored it, and researched it. but it was never mapped in a routing network.
Okay. And so why did you not map or score this particular route?
We, after we identified the study area, we identified too many obstructions along Route 166. And it's detailed in here, but we found about 10 towers in the FAA's digital obstacle website, numerous homes. The route itself actually curves quite a bit more, so it would have added additional length to the line, additional running angles. So we looked at it in a lot of different ways. And but honestly, the killer was the FAA's website showing 10 different towers, basically between Arc City and the eastern edge of the Chautauqua County line.
Okay. Are you personally familiar with US 166 as it passes through the areas that are proposed for the line?
Yes, I've driven it several times.
All right. Let's take a look again here at line 9 through 16, where you identify specific reasons why you did not consider US Route 166. The first one is a significant number of homes, and I'm on line basically 10 and 11, significant number of homes within 500 feet of Highway 166 on both sides of the road, especially near Cedarvale. Where were those homes near Cedarvale?
Sorry, Commissioner, I don't have the map in front of me. I would need to probably go back and I need to go back and review that. In addition, I'll probably lean on Mr. Dunham as he performed the routing study on behalf of Burns McDonnell for us. He'll have some greater detail there, but I'm afraid I can't tell you exactly where all those homes are right now.
Fair enough. I didn't mean to talk over you. Fair enough.
No, you're good.
Which side of US 166 highway is the town of Cedarvale?
South.
On the south side. Is it possible that there could be a workaround to the north of this highway to avoid these homes that you're concerned about here? Is that a possible workaround?
Again, I'd have to lean on Mr. Dunham, but I recall there being several houses on the north side of the highway as well. Maybe not necessarily directly abutting Cedarvale itself, but just on the other side of the highway, there were several over there. We'd need to look a little bit more closely at that, but yeah, I'm afraid I can't give you a great answer without the map in front of me.
Again, it's a fair answer. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
The concern I have is that you didn't do that. We didn't do the routing. You didn't do the mapping. We didn't do the scoring so that we can actually answer with more precision or anticipate a workaround to that particular area. That's the reason for my question.
And I absolutely understand your concerns. Again, I'll lean on Mr. Dunham when he gets his turn to come up here. But as kind of mentioned here, we identified 10 towers I think that stretch of highway is about 35, 40-ish miles. Maybe a little further than that. No, it's longer than that, sorry. But anyways, we identified 10 cell phone towers along that stretch of highway. And that's usually a killer right there from the FAA site. Makes routing a line very difficult with cell phone towers nearby.
Well, let's skip down to discuss that. I'm willing to go along with that.
Okay.
You discussed that specifically on lines 15 and 16
Yeah.
of your testimony on page 5, right?
Yes, sir.
Is there absolutely no workaround? Could those lines not be avoided by taking a different route that avoided those towers and still get to the point that would be to basically the west of what those towers?
It would require a lot of jogging across the highway in several different locations to do that, or going back and splitting a parcel behind the property, maybe a quarter mile, half mile off the road, which would kind of eliminate the benefit of paralleling the highway, correct? Or, I'm sorry, I'm not asking the questions. We did look at that, but it would result in us, in general, if I remember the specific areas, jogging across the highway with a 90-degree turn, large structures in several locations.
Well, if you go ahead and construct, am I correct, just in the general sense, Mr. Lovelace, if you go ahead and construct the preferred route as planned, you're going to have a lot of twists and turns in that too, aren't you? You're going to have a lot of topographical issues to circumnavigate in lieu of a cell tower. So I'm just saying, are there not some workarounds that could possibly get you around this issue and eliminate that issue of these towers?
There could be. I think there are 10 cell phone towers. We have to hop across the highway 10 times, 20 total structures. They're large 90-degree turning structures is what we would assume. Another big concern, frankly, is fall down distance on those towers. Some of them are 300 feet tall, which means if you're going to be nearby, you need to place your structure more than 300 feet away from that structure. Or if it's a 150-foot tower, it'd have to be 150 foot off, for example. In some areas, you probably couldn't maintain those clearances. The last thing that is a concern is radio tower, cell phone tower interference.
Well, given your familiarity with US Route 166 in this area, and basically we're talking about from eastern Chautauqua County to Arc City. That's basically the part of the route we're talking about here, is it not? You're familiar with that route?
Fairly. When I say I've driven it a couple of times, I've driven it a couple of times.
I think I've driven it a couple of hundred, 200, maybe 300,000 times, but
yeah, a lot of miles.
Are you familiar with the fact that several years ago, it could be 2 decades now, the way time flies, Brown and Root, which was the contractor that was selected, they widened that highway from a very dangerous 2-lane highway to a super 2.
Mm.
And you can see the remnants of that today, can you not, in terms of the width of the right of way that they carved for the purpose of building that road?
Yes, sir. I haven't measured it, but it's probably a 200-foot right of way, I'm guessing.
It appears to be expansive to me. I'm not an engineer, I'm just a lawyer, part of a business guy, bureaucrat, but it seems like to me. Let me go back again to one of your other concerns, and this is on line 12. You're concerned about a cemetery at US Highway 166 and Road 8. Which side of the road is that cemetery on?
If I recall correctly, it's on the north side.
It is on the north side. Is it a very large cemetery?
No, fairly small.
It's very small, isn't it? Why couldn't, at that particular point, the route go to the south side of the road instead of the north, and avoid the cemetery and maintain the offset distances that you require?
Yeah, again, jumping across the road, it's 2 more large turning structures. DOT usually requires us to cross highways perpendicular to the highway itself. So yeah, it would be a large turning structure with overhead wires across the highway in another location.
Okay.
And we kind of consider those to be, we design obviously to be able to make those resilient to storms, especially crossing highways, but highway crossings are critical crossings for us. That adds additional complexity to the engineering and construction schedule of the project.
Well, I guess my overall concern with this is that I'm wondering how thoroughly was this route really considered within the context of possible workarounds that might make this an alternative. I believe, if I'm not correct, aren't there quite a few public comments that suggested or actually hoped that you would consider this as a route?
Yes, there were.
Let's turn to page 4, beginning on line 16. This was another alternative route that you described and discussed within the confines of this testimony. You see where I am there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the question on line 16 is, several comments suggest going straight south to Oklahoma or going along Highway 166. We've already addressed the issues of Highway 166. So let's address what we kind of generically, I think, within your testimony are referring to as the Kansas-Oklahoma border route.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, this route was never mapped or scored, if I understand your testimony correctly.
It was evaluated based off the limited access that we have, which is almost none. There really aren't very many roadways out in that area.
Okay. And is that evaluation a desktop evaluation?
Yes, yeah, because we had to identify roads before we try to get out there.
Going back to the Route 166 colloquy that we had, is that also a desktop conclusion and evaluation?
No, no.
That was in the field.
That was after we had driven the route network.
Okay. What I found interesting about this consideration of this Oklahoma border route was that as you discuss it within the confines of lines 18 through 25 on page 4 and lines 1 through 6 on page 25, the line you're talking about here would be along the Oklahoma-Kansas border north through Kansas. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to say honestly, I was puzzled when I tried to reconcile and you go on to discuss in some length why this route was unsuitable. I was puzzled about why you picked an Oklahoma border route that was north of the border in Kansas, because as I go through the public comments, and I've read through all of them, I don't find anything in that comments that would make me allude to the fact that anyone was suggesting that you have a route in Kansas immediately north of the border. I think most of those comments, as I read it, and I want your opinion on this, are suggesting that the route should have gone south in Oklahoma to the ending point in Delaware, Oklahoma. Am I wrong?
I believe so.
I am wrong?
I believe you're correct that they were, landowners were recommending us move it into Oklahoma, right?
As I read through the public comments, and as I remember the public hearing in both Winfield and Sedan, I think those comments really did pertain to a suggestion that the route go basically more or less due south from Garden Plain into Oklahoma and then traverse the east-westerly segment of this go through Oklahoma. That's why I was really stunned to see you analyzing in so much depth what I thought was kind of a red herring.
Yeah, and I can only speak to the Kansas side of how we routed it here. We worked with AEP on the routing on all this and determining our interconnection point. I will mention one thing early on. While we were looking at the Oklahoma route, we truly did look at a route that went straight south and then went straight east. And the route was about 155 miles long. So it was roughly 22 miles longer than our currently proposed route, with the exact same beginning and end points. So 15% or so longer.
You segued into my next questions. And I'm paraphrasing this, but as I read the testimony of KCC Chief Engineer Paul Owings, there was some consideration given to another border route, and that would be south into Oklahoma. And I think, I'm not saying you accepted it, but was there some consideration given to that?
On our behalf, we cited it along the Kansas border.
Let me ask the question in a slightly different context in fairness to you, because I'm not trying to mousetrap you here at all. Because as I understand it, once the notice to construct from SPP was granted to Evergy, and another notice to construct was granted to American Electric Power, AEP. Am I incorrect? It was between the two of you with the no, let me add another caveat here. We'll have the SPP testifying to this one way or another tomorrow. But as I understand their testimony, it is that their main concern was they designate an ending point and a beginning point. And once they turn it over to the recipients of the notices to construct, it's kind of between the two of you to decide the route that you use to get there. Is that, as a general rule, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as between the two of you, then, once the notices to construct had been issued to both, how was the decision made to have the east-west segment of the line cross Kansas and not Oklahoma?
Working with AP, and I don't know Oklahoma and their territory nearly as well as I do Kansas, obviously, or Evergy's territory in Kansas. They expressed concerns about building a line through Osage County, Oklahoma.
And why is that?
There is significant federal permitting and kind of ownership issues involved down there. And we actually had very significant concerns about being able to meet project schedule if we routed through Osage County, Oklahoma.
And why is that?
Well, one, there's a wind farm about I think it's about 5 miles south of the border in the northeast corner of the state. But really, it's federal permitting issues. A lot of federal permits require precise elevations and coordinates for structural locations, items that we wouldn't have until far on in design, to where we're almost ready to issue for construction. That would mean that we would be submitting those permits late in the project cycle. So we have to get through all of our engineering processes first. And then we typically have at least a 365-day turnaround on those federal permits. A few of them might be a little shorter. Quite a few of them are longer.
Any other concerns about going through Oklahoma?
Personally, I don't have any.
So it has to do with federal permitting. What sort of federal permitting are you talking about?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, sir. They'd expressed some concerns down there, and I don't know what kind of, if it's wildlife permitting or what down there.
Had you collectively decided to run the line through Oklahoma instead of Kansas, how much additional time, given this permitting you're talking about, would it have added to the time to construct?
Oh, it's hard to even tell. I could say minimum being 2 years-ish.
How many?
I could see it being 2 years.
2 years.
Easily. But I'm not sure unless I have the specific permits in front of me. And I have somebody smarter than me to review them, to be honest with you, who knows. I have somebody who knows permitting better than I do to help analyze that.
Is not this, as I look at the route of the proposed line, and as I look at I think there are 4 Oklahoma counties that are contiguous to the Kansas counties along the border that are affected by this line. Washington County on the east, Osage County, K County, and I'm not sure what the county is that's to the immediate west of K, but it's also affected.
Okay.
Osage is clearly the largest of those counties, is it not?
I'm not familiar with county size, but on there, but
okay.
I understand it's a large area down there. Yeah.
Isn't Oklahoma within the purview of the Southwest Power Pool?
Yes.
If the Southwest Power Pool issues a notice to construct, wouldn't this, and it designates that it come through this area, wouldn't these analogous proceedings be held before the Oklahoma Corporation Commission?
I believe that they have to get a siting application or something similar from the in the state of Oklahoma.
Okay. Well, I guess the question I'm asking is if the SPP can reach into Kansas and basically an influence on the direction and of lines and the extent of lines, could they not do so in Oklahoma as well?
If you're referring specifically to routing, remember the power pool doesn't have any influence on our routing. It's the beginning and end point. SPP being overseen by FERC, I don't know how that would transfer to the Oklahoma state level.
So as between yourselves and AEP, who made the ultimate routing decision? Was it a joint decision
For the interconnection point?
for the route of the line through Kansas instead of Oklahoma?
So we worked with AEP to identify the interconnection point, a general pretty much 2-mile strip along the Oklahoma border so that we could begin our routing study and they could begin their routing study. We determined that together.
Okay. Well, how was the decision made to run the route? Let's step back. If the Southwest Power Pool tries to stay away from designating the route of the line, but they designate the beginning and the ending points. Had we had the STPP testimony preceding years, it would have been easier. But in any event, that's how I understand it to work. Am I correct on that? They designate the beginning and the ending point. Then they figure out who the recipients of the notices to construct are going to be and allow them to work out the details of the route.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, we had 2 notices to construct. So it was between you, the Evergy that is, and AEP to decide what the route was going to be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I guess what I'm asking was, how was the ultimate decision made to route this through Kansas instead of Oklahoma? Who made that decision?
Evergy and AEP met. We discussed the risks associated with crossing through Osage County, the obstacles that they saw down there in their preliminary routing study and figuring out their study area. And we agreed that it put the project at too high of a schedule risk. And AEP and Evergy worked together to determine an interconnection location on the Kansas border.
When was that decision made?
Oh, gosh. I'd have to backtrack and find it. I'm sorry. If I recall correctly, we identified the study area in March. We began identifying routing network, the 195 individual segments in the March, April, May timeframe.
2025?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I'd have to follow up on exactly when AEP and us decided, but when we identified the study area before we developed the routing networks, we needed to identify that interconnection location so that we had an endpoint. It would probably be in the April timeframe, I'm guessing.
Okay, I'm trying to recall the timeline off the top of my head. I believe the notices to construct were issued in September of 2025, were they not?
We received an NTCC, a notice to construct with conditions,
Okay,
in March.
okay, I see what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The initial one with conditions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How does this decision benefit Evergy to run the line through Kansas?
Well, I think. So the ultimate goal is to have an endpoint delivery on the west side of Wichita. This decision does put a little bit more mileage in Kansas. But really, if you draw the straight line, it's not a whole lot of, it's not a huge difference. What it could do in the future, it provides additional resources in the state right there. Beyond that, it doesn't add a whole lot of mileage to run the line if we're looking at a straight line method, the additional mileage isn't very significant. And you mentioned earlier going straight south and then going into Oklahoma and cutting across. Just kind of wanted to reiterate that route right there was 150 or 155 miles. So at least 17 miles longer than what we're seeing today. And I recall it actually being 155. So it might have been closer to 22 miles longer than what we're proposing.
Okay. After the decision was made, I take it was a joint decision between Evergy and AEP. After that decision was made to cross Kansas, did Evergy control the processes within Kansas thereafter?
Yes.
And by the same token, AEP controlled the processes within Oklahoma
Yes, sir.
thereafter?
Yeah.
When the decision was made to cross Kansas from east to, in the east to westerly direction in lieu of Oklahoma, was that made in consultation with either the staff of the Kansas Corporation Commission or the Oklahoma Corporation Commission?
No.
Okay. I don't know.
Do that.
All right.
I'll let you know when it's due.
Okay. Let's turn our consideration now to who benefits from this proposed transmission line. The benefits of the proposed line are regional, and I presume they are. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
How exactly does the region beyond Kansas actually bear the costs and burdens of this line?
Probably lean on regulatory for a more concise answer on that one, or a little bit better explanation. But I believe it's load costs or load ratio cost sharing method.
Okay. Once the line is constructed, how much cost sharing do Kansas ratepayers bear, roughly?
I'd have to defer to Lisa on that one.
I could ask Mr. Ives if you'd prefer.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we have two witnesses coming up who directly testify to this.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm also curious, just by way of reference too, what's ahead? What's the cost sharing for Missouri? What's the cost sharing for Oklahoma? Let's delve into the specifics of who are the real beneficiaries of this proposed line. I don't mean for this question to be repetitive at all, but in all sincerity, I'm asking you, how does Evergy benefit from this line?
Yeah, the line provides, like Cowley mentioned, bidirectional flow. So when we are having load issues, or if we're having voltage or thermal stability issues over in our network, we can pull in load from Tulsa or Northeast Oklahoma, Southwest Missouri, and any other places where we have interconnection lines with an adjacent utility. So yeah, that's the way it would benefit Evergy, is that when we are short on power, we can pull in power.
What generation resources or sources, or which one generation resources are the sources of the power to be transmitted into the proposed line, at the Western Garden Plain interchange or substation?
I couldn't tell you specifically, kind of, Madison testified on it earlier, her opening statement covered this, but there's going to be natural gas, there's going to be wind. There's going to be multiple sources of energy flowing into the grid in that area. West of Wichita in general, there's a lot of wind power.
Can we talk about wind for a moment? Are you the guy to talk about wind, or should I pick on Mr. Ives for that?
I'm absolutely not.
Huh?
I'm absolutely not a wind guy, but I can try to answer questions. May not do too good.
Well, seriously, who among the Evergy witnesses would be the best one to address the subject of wind?
I guess it would depend on the question, but probably Mr. Ives.
I'm sorry?
It would depend on the question, but probably Mr. Ives. Wait,
Well, I think,
do you want to, we could, I mean, I guess if you had a specific question, we could find.
well, I think I'm curious about the extent to which this line will provide an outlet or a market not presently existing for wind resources to the west of the point of interconnection. Who's best suited to answer those questions?
And that would be Mr. Ives.
You're off the hook on that one.
Thank you.
He may never forgive you. Let me go on to delve more into the specifics of who the beneficiaries are.
You want to go? I'll rely on you to tell me what a good break point is for you. We don't have to stop.
Okay, let me just ask a couple more and then we'll take a break. We're trying to decide when to break. We haven't had one. You haven't had one. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about who benefits. We'll take a break. I think we'll have lunch, come back, and then we'll resume your testimony after that.
Okay.
How does AEP benefit?
On AEP's side, they also have bidirectional flow on the lines coming in and out for the entire SPP solution. It gives them the flexibility. We currently do have tie-ins with AEP. They come from Southeast Kansas and the Neosho area. This line really gives us a direct tie from the more or less Tulsa area up to Wichita, Tulsa-Bartlesville area.
Okay.
In general.
Okay. How does Southwest Missouri and how do its residents benefit?
That's the same way. Future sources for bidirectional flow to move in and out of the state. It's a reliability interconnection line with an adjacent utility, just like we've got.
All right. I have a number of questions I'll ask of the Southwest Power Pool witness that has to do with the benefits to Southwest Missouri. My final question before lunch then is, how does Northeast Oklahoma and how do Oklahoma residents generally benefit?
On the other side of the line, on the other side of the Delaware substation, there's a Delaware to Monette 345 kV line. Monette's the substation in Missouri. Again, they'll have bidirectional flow in that area. And it's all running at 345, which, as you know, low side of the substation might be 138 kV. It kicks out to the grid at a lower voltage and ultimately provides better reliability in their area.
Okay. Let's take a break.
Okay, I think Commissioner Keen has indicated this is an okay spot for a break. I bet everybody's ready for a break. So since we're at noon, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break now. We will return at 12:30. We are now off the record and in recess for lunch, returning at 12:30. Thank you very much. Please be seated. A little quick record keeping before we go back on the record. We will proceed with the same witness we've got. My plan is to take a couple short breaks, emphasis on short, probably 5-minute breaks throughout the afternoon. But also would just say if anyone needs to go take a break, this commission will take no offense if you stand up and walk out in the middle of the hearing. We understand. So please feel free to take a break, use the restrooms as you need to. Also, I think the parties may have been made aware of this, but we will have a hard stop right around 5 or maybe even slightly before 5. So just for your planning purposes, that's when we're planning to stop tonight. If you see me starting to fidget around 4:50, that's why. We're going to be looking for a stopping time. So with that, I think that's all the housekeeping matters I had. So we are now back on the record in this proceeding, and we are ready for Commissioner Keene to resume his questioning of this witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lovelace.
Nice to see you.
Just to refresh our recollection, we had been delving into the specifics of who are the real beneficiaries of the proposed line. If I could summarize your testimony thus far, I believe you indicated that Evergy benefited, and you provided reasons as to why. AEP benefited. Southwest Missouri and the residents thereof benefited. Parenthetically, I would add in a major way that Northeast Oklahoma and the residents of Northeast Oklahoma also benefited. So let's kind of continue down this list of affected persons and see what it gets us. How do landowners where the line will be sited benefit?
The landowners are part of our overall grid. They may be a member of an REC, but the RECs get power from us. It provides additional reliability metrics for the area overall in all of Kansas and all of the Southwest Power Pool.
With all due respect, I did not understand your response.
Oh, sorry. So I understand most of the area is served by a rural electric cooperative. You mentioned Sedgwick, Cowley, and then Caney Valley, right? We're 3 big ones. All of them buy power off of us.
5, actually.
Yeah, those are the
A
largest.
small one, Muni and Wellington.
Yeah, City Wellington. Yeah, all of them buy power off of us. They don't generate electricity, we generate electricity. The interconnect lines coming from across the state will feed into the Buffalo Flats substation, ultimately be stepped down to, in that area, 138 kV, then down to 69 kV, fed to the RECs into their substations, and then delivered out to every consumer in those counties, every single one of them.
And boil that down to how that's a benefit.
Additional redundancy and reliability.
Vis-a-vis the co-ops.
Yes, we feed power to the co-ops, and the co-ops distribute power to all their customers. Yeah, and again, the power pool runs these studies. They're the experts on this. That's about as best as I can answer it. But if you have more questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any other benefits to the landowners who are directly affected by the line?
Really, the main benefit is more reliable, and electricity ties into redundancy there. And then in areas where we're building our line, we'll have the proposed line, if it is approved. We'll have gates and culverts added for access. And then additionally in areas through pastures and such, typically most of our access infrastructure is temporary, but oftentimes can be made permanent to increase accessibility for landowners in their operations.
In the context of your answer, actually, what you're saying, if I understand it, is that these reliability benefits are going to be shared by all of the other customers of the RECs and of Evergy.
Yeah.
The landowners where they're directly affected, they have no special benefit. They share in that.
Yes, correct. They assume that they purchase power from the REC in the area that buys power off of us. that they are, local there, yeah, they'll benefit from increased reliability and redundancy.
So the benefits are somewhat socialized, are they not, across all the ratepayers?
Yes, sir, from across the entire power pool all the way down to every single residential.
So are there any special or particular benefits that accrue to the residents where the lines to be located that don't accrue to anybody else?
I don't believe so. Since, as we discussed earlier, there's one substation that we're tying into on the west end and one substation in AEP's territory. Future benefits could be increased reliability locally if there's a substation cut in along the line. But yeah, today the benefits are really limited to the more reliable power to the RECs, which means more reliable power to the customers.
So beyond this added benefit of reliability, there's no benefit to the landowners who are affected directly by the line.
Yet, I mean, there are additional benefits out there that Darren and Lisa might be able to explain a little bit better than I can. As a construction guy, and as the project manager, really have to focus on access and the benefits that we can provide on site there. And sometimes when we're constructing line, there are opportunities to do a little bit of work out there in our right of way that would benefit the landowner. But yeah, that's really a case by case basis. So I don't know that I can speak broadly to that.
How do the four counties through which this line passes benefit?
Increase redundancy and reliability in their electric power.
Okay.
And additional sales tax to the counties, I guess, as well.
From among all these groups or classes, do any group benefit more than most?
Don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
Could you clarify the question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are all those persons that are affected, all of these different classes or groups that we've discussed here in terms of trying to identify their benefits, from among those, are there some who benefit more than others?
I wouldn't say so. Every single person's a customer of an REC or Evergy and gets power ultimately from Evergy, from the generation source or from the high voltage source. Yeah.
Wouldn't those persons who are in areas of underservice with serious reliability issues benefit more than those who are not in those areas? And I'm thinking specifically of Southwest Missouri.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were focusing on Kansas. Are we speaking to Missouri and Oklahoma as well?
I'm just speaking about generally, we've tried to identify specific beneficiaries of the line and try to identify how it is that they benefit. So it's within that context that I'm asking that question.
Yes, sir. It's a short-term reliability project with a need date identified pretty much immediately following Winter Storm Elliott back in 2022. The power pool ran those studies, and I believe that they'll be up tomorrow. They'll be able to answer that much more thoroughly than I can as far as how the power pool, AEP, and Liberty will benefit. More so. I'm guessing more focused on the Evergy side of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask you the flip side of that question, and I hope reliability isn't the answer this time. Which from among these categories benefit the least?
Which categories?
With respect to the benefits that generally are conferred by the line's existence? Would any of those beneficiaries or any of those classes that we've identified benefit less than others?
The line provides bidirectional flow all the way from Branson west over to Wichita via Tulsa, and adds generation sources around Tulsa into that could basically move over to Wichita. PowerPool can explain that better than I can, but I see that as a net positive if we have additional redundancy crossing state lines to another utility for everybody.
If I own land in Sumner County that is not along the course of this line, do I benefit more by not having that line on my property than those in Sumner County who do have that line across their property?
Again, speaking to your favorite word,
The
reliability.
totality of
Yeah.
benefits.
Um,
Kind of pushing you outside your engineering background a little bit here.
yeah, I'm a civil engineer. I think pretty straightforward. Yeah, if you look at benefits for people who receive power from these lines, but the line is not on their property, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, just clarify, when we purchase easements, it's paid a dollar amount to the landowner for that. So I could see that as a balance right there. People who purchase easements from get compensated. The people who receive power from it or receive additional liability, but don't receive money from us for an easement. So I'm trying to put it in as basic terms as possible. I can't say there's really a huge variance there.
Let me ask the question in a slightly different way. I think if I understood from your testimony earlier, you had acknowledged that from among the public comments, that there were a fair number of comments that favored having the route along US 166
Yes,
from the public comments.
yes, through Cowley and Chautauqua counties, correct.
Why do you suspect that was the case?
Because they understand there's an established highway corridor right there, would be my guess.
If you could say that again for me.
I'm assuming because there's an established highway corridor along Highway 166.
And what benefit does that afford?
Frankly, from our side, access would be better, but
From their side?
From their side,
From the perspective of the commenters, why it is they believe that would be a preferred route?
well, because it would be away from their home.
Could it possibly be because it's less disruptive?
Potentially.
More than potential, isn't it?
It sure could be. Yeah.
Okay. Let's turn to some other really important concerns, I think, that have been expressed here. And they're kind of a potpourri of concerns. And by saying it that way, I don't mean to diminish the seriousness of the concerns at all. So what I'm alluding to is as I read the testimony, I'm concerned that there is a lack of focus. And if I'm being unfair here, I want you to correct me because I'm not trying to be unfair.
Sure.
There's a lack of focus in the pre-filed testimony on several important considerations. Many of them were alluded to by Mr. Zakura and Mr. Buck in their opening statements. For example, farm and ranch land interference issues, areas of historic and archaeological significance. Basically, generally what I would call is the right to quiet and peaceful enjoyment. And there were a range of what really seriously concerns me. There were a range of potential environmental impacts that were alluded to. Beyond wildlife habitat, that's a big one. But there are a lot of natural resource impacts that the construction of this line, I suspect, entails. Am I correct on that?
Could you clarify specifically which ones you're concerned about? Environmental impacts you might be concerned about?
There are a whole host of them. Whether it's land use, whether it's just all of the totality of the package of environmental impacts, interference with the use of the lands to conduct all kinds of farming activities. I guess my question to you is, To what extent does Evergy share those kinds of concerns? Do you have concerns about any of these kinds of issues I've just alluded to?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the reason why we studied 195 different line segments, developed 1.1 million different routes. And obviously, you read all the testimony and everything, but first thing we do is avoid homes. Then we avoid cemeteries, airports, center pivot irrigation systems. And then, a whole host of about 20 other things that we really try to avoid on our route, and we score accordingly. But yeah, we analyzed 1.1 million different routes that cover over 3,200 square miles, I believe. And we kind of had to be, the way you can be objective with that is by quantifying. We feel like we chose the best route that had the least agricultural impact. And that does show in our, it's called the Z scores that we use to rank our structures and choose our preferred route. But, really even with our micrositing attempts, we reduced our impact on cultivated crops and grazed land. But the fact is it's going through Chautauqua, Cowley, Sumner, and southwestern Sedgwick counties. What industry is out there is it's almost all entirely agriculture. And I feel like we did our best to minimize the impact on homes and agricultural use we possibly could.
Okay. Given that host of issues that I alluded to as a preface to the question.
Yeah.
Should the grant or approval of any transmission line siting be conditioned or contingent upon or subject to the independent consideration, assessment, and resolution of these issues?
I guess it kind of depends on what you consider be the resolution portion of it. Because kind of as I mentioned, we're going through an entirely agricultural 4-county span. And we did choose the routes that scored the best on that. So I think what you're asking is that should you grant this siting permit based off of our preferred route and its overall least impact on land use? And I would say yes, I believe it is. I believe you should, and I believe we chose the route with the least impact on land use.
Here's the nexus of my concern.
Yeah.
There is an order in this docket that the commission must issue, I think, on or before May 13th. I think I'm in the ballpark on that.
Yeah.
Have any studies that deal with these kinds of subjects been conducted to date?
I'm sure they have. I don't have any of them with me right now, though.
There have been environmental studies conducted so far
On this particular route?
on this route.
Yes, we did a preliminary environmental study. Yeah. And we also reached out to KDHE, Fish and Wildlife Service, the EPA, and received feedback from them. And the general response from them was that it really wasn't, and this was of our entire study area, all of Chautauqua County, almost all of Cowley County, all of Sumner County, and the southwest portion of Sedgwick County. The response we received when we sent those out in April or so last spring generally indicated that they had no concerns, and that if we encountered an area where there was potential concerns, to reach out with them to discuss ahead of time.
Somehow through spending a whole weekend reading through all of this testimony, I came away with a slightly different impression, and I'd like you can certainly comment upon whether you think it's incorrect or not. My impression was that to the extent they weighed in, their comments were pretty perfunctory, and those comments were contingent upon kind of come back and see us if you get approval of the line.
From a permit perspective, yes. Like I said, we made the responses we got back on our initial reach out for our preliminary study. Was what it was. In general, didn't have any issues, but they did say follow up after you choose your route. But as far as identifying the study area, some of them provided us maps, some of them provided us potentially endangered species lists, and things that we can look into as we are picking our routes.
Okay, well, I thank you for that.
Yeah.
Again, the reason for the question is that beyond what's already been done, beyond however perfunctory or substantial that was, between now and the time that the order is going to come down in this hearing, in this docket, there's not going to be anything else by way of further environmental studies, further environmental considerations that are going to be, I think, proffered into the record. So the question kind of bore on whether or not, as a contingency, we should make the approval of the order contingent upon any of those kinds of studies and reports that would be subsequent to the issuance of an order in the event the order gave approval to you to build the line.
Yeah, that's correct. We won't proceed with any permitting or environmental studies until we have a siting application in hand. Because otherwise, we could be spinning our wheels if we get rejected.
Well, I'll grant you this. I think it's kind of a chicken or egg thing, which should come first in a sense, because it obviously would necessitate a lot of costs to conduct these studies.
Yeah.
But there's some assurance if the studies are conducted in advance, isn't it? That at least those areas of concern have been addressed.
Commissioner, if I may,
I'm sorry?
if I may interrupt, we filed a response to a motion on these, specific question. And I think the response is in the record. I'm not sure Kale testified to this, but there's more of sort of a legal permitting issue that we've addressed already. And I think we could address in briefs as well.
Well, Mr. Bailey, I appreciate your guidance, but I'm going to choose the questions I ask of the witnesses. And this is a key witness for the company. I consider Mr. Lovelace to be a very credible witness. He has a lot of responsibility within the company. I don't envy that, by the way.
Me neither.
This is why I've directed it to him, and I don't think the questions were out of order.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can reiterate is that we perform preliminary environmental studies on the study area entirely and the entire routing network that ended up being about 900 miles or so. And like I said, with this feedback that we got from KDHE, KDWP, and the EPA and Fish and Wildlife Services, they did provide a lot of mapping resources that showed us areas where they have, for example, vegetation that's conducive to a certain species, and where clearing could be endangering them. But typically, the way that works out, they've got these general areas that'll show, all right, a quarter of the county has this species that is potentially endangered. Just so you know, if you're passing through this area, this is the procedure, or if your route goes through this area, this is your procedure we're going to go through as far as evaluating, mitigating, and being able to proceed with your line construction. And then sometimes they'll say, no deal, you need to move. But thus far, they haven't told us any areas that were an absolute obstacle for the line routing.
Okay. I appreciate the granularity of your response.
Yeah.
I don't want to disappoint you, Mr. Lovelace, but at this time, I have no further questions. I would say, by way of my concluding, I appreciate your indulgence of my questions.
Yes, sir. I got all day if you come up with any more. So.
Oh, there'll be another opportunity. Cross.
Things are not necessarily ever over here.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
At this time, Commissioner Keither, do you have any questions you'd like to ask now, or would you prefer to defer until after cross-examination?
I think I'll wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner King covered a lot of what I had to.
Yeah, I think I've got a couple questions, but I think I'll defer until after the parties cross-examine as well. So we will move next to the landowner interveners. I'm not sure if that's Mr. Zakura or Ms. Morgan. All right, Mr. Zakura, you may proceed. Take your time. You may. Okay. Mr. Zakura, do you intend to mark these for identification purposes, or are you simply going to refer to them by the names that they have within the record already? Okay. That's fine. Wow. This is first one.
Great, thank you.
May I commence?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lovelace.
Is your microphone on, Mr. Sakura?
I believe so.
It's very important, not as much for us in the room, but for those online, they can't hear you if there's no microphone.
Well, I'm short and getting shorter, so I'll work on that. Mr. Lovelace, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to have a series of questions for you. And if you need them repeated or clarified at any time, please just indicate so and we'll do that. Okay?
Yep.
So with that, let me start. And first of all, let me ask you about your professional background, if I could. Okay. You said, I believe earlier that you're a civil engineer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And could you please provide your work history, let's say for the last 10 years?
Almost 10 years ago, I started at Evergy as a transmission line engineer in 2016, June. And I worked there for about 4.5 years and then moved over into the transmission substation project manager group, a large construction group. Prior to Evergy, I spent 5 years as a heavy civil contractor in Oklahoma.
Okay. And heavy, see if I can say that, heavy civil contractor in Oklahoma. What firm did you work for there?
Pipelines, Garney Construction.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Do you have any experience with a construction project that would be comparable in size to the 133-mile project that we're talking about here today?
No.
And what would be the largest project you would have had the responsibility for prior to today?
At Evergy, in this scope of work in the electrical business, we had a lot of large expansion in the DeSoto area due to the Panasonic battery plant coming to town. And the overall project cost of that one was roughly 60% of this, but yeah.
60%
of this project cost, yeah,
Okay.
give or take.
So
That had extensive substation work and transmission line work. This has heavy transmission line work.
and would that have been 345 kV transmission lines?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, if you would please, to please describe just solely the Buffalo Flats transmission project.
Yeah, Buffalo Flats Transmission Line Project is a 345 kV interconnection line between Evergy and American Electric Power of Oklahoma. It's about 133 miles on the Evergy side. Final length to be determined on the Oklahoma side. But it delivers power to and from bidirectionally between the Buffalo Flats substation on the west side of Wichita and the Delaware substation just east of Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
Well, let me ask you about part of the answer you just made, sir. You indicated bidirectional, but I do not see that at all described in the exhibit that is attached to your testimony. There's no mention of bidirectional in there from SPP. When did bidirectional become a concern or an issue?
It's not a concern, but bidirectional is a basic function of a transmission line. Unless it's a direct current line, ours are alternating current. It's got bidirectional flow.
So any line, you're getting into an engineering issue, which I'm not skilled in.
Yeah.
But let me see if I can repeat this. Any line, unless it is otherwise designed, would have bidirectional capability.
Yes, all of the lines in our transmission grid have bidirectional flow. So in this case, it can flow to Oklahoma and on to Missouri, or from Missouri, Oklahoma back to us.
In your position, do you know that Evergy is required to have generation capacity to serve its peak demand on the system?
Can you restate that?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Is it your understanding that Evergy must have generation that it owns or controls in order to meet the peak demand on its system?
Yes, or we're able to purchase from an adjacent utility.
Okay. And in the bidirectional that you described, that would only be if available from generation at other locations. Would that be correct?
Yes. That may kind of get more into a regulatory power flow question, but yeah, well, generational capability is required for, or generational availability is required for all load flow.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is the bidirectional ability to move power from Oklahoma, and those generators are dedicated to AEP for the most part. That would only be available to you if AEP did not need the power on its own system.
I suppose so. Yes. That's a great question for the power pool. Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, tell me in detail why the Buffalo Flats project is needed.
I'm going to object on asked and answered. We just sat through 2 hours of him answering this question, and he's definitely answered that exact question before. So
Yeah, that's in the pre-filed written testimony, so I'll sustain it. But if you want to just move to the next question.
Okay. Can I speak to the point just a moment?
Sure.
Okay. The reason I pose the question is in past cases, there's been some restrictions on us asking follow-up questions to commissioner questioning. So if you want me to not ask that question, I certainly won't. But that was the basis of it. I didn't think that I was allowed to rely on the questioning that went ahead.
You can ask follow-up questions to anything that he's answered today. You can ask follow-up questions
Okay.
within the scope of anything he's put in his written testimony.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you, I think one of the things you talked about in your prior testimony was that a benefit is resiliency. Do you remember that part of your testimony?
Yes.
Please put a dollar value on what resiliency is worth.
I'm going to object.
Yeah.
He is way beyond the scope of his testimony.
Yeah.
Well, can I speak to that point?
Yes.
I'm trying to get to the issue of cost benefit analysis. And if we do cost benefit analysis, what we have to have is what is the benefit, the value of the benefit, and what is the cost to produce the benefit.
If the witness feels he can answer that question, I'll allow him to answer. If he cannot answer, he can indicate so, or he could indicate a better witness.
And I'd like to point out, we have two witnesses who testified to cost benefits. SPP testified specifically to benefits. But
Yep.
okay.
Yes.
Mr. Lovelace, if you have an answer, you can offer it.
No, I will defer to our regulatory team and the power pool on cost benefit analysis.
Do you believe that cost benefit analysis is a reasonable exercise to provide for the Buffalo Flats project?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If the let me ask a preliminary question. What is the current total cost of the Buffalo Flats project?
Yeah, roughly $490 million. About 360 of that is on Evergy transmission line, about 5 million in the substation at Evergy. I believe about 100 million on the AEP line portion, current estimate, and about 20 million on their substation side. That's give or take. Hope my math's okay.
Let me ask you this question then. If the Buffalo Flats project was 800 million instead of 493 million, would you think that the cost benefit analysis was sufficient at 800 million?
Let me be clear. I don't run cost benefit analysis. That's not my business at all. I manage transmission line construction. That's it. So I'll defer to regulatory on that one as well.
Let me take a little divergence that hasn't been touched on yet.
Sure.
Would you agree? Well, let me give you a premise first. Let's assume that some of the benefits that have been talked about are resiliency and additional power flow from the interconnection point at, I guess, what do you call Garden Plain through the delivery point. Let me ask you, how much additional transmission will a Buffalo Flats project provide from the point of interconnection at Garden Plains to the point of delivery to AEP at Delaware Station?
I'm going to object as unintelligible because I don't understand what he's asking.
Well, that's not an objection, first of all, I don't think. And I guess that's a comment on the question, but do you understand the question?
No.
Let me restate it. Do you know the amount of additional capacity, transmission capacity, that the Buffalo Plains project will provide between Garden Plain and Delaware?
So the line will be designed for bidirectional flow of up to 1,792 megawatts, I believe. I'd have to double check with the one of my exhibits that showed the NTC. But
Let me put more detail on my question. I'm only talking about flow from the Wichita Garden Plain Station to Delaware.
the line is rated for 1,792 megawatts with bidirectional flow. So we can flow both directions in and out of our territory.
Well, let me ask the question a different way. Does the Buffalo Flats project provide any additional transmission between Garden Plain and Delaware?
Yes, it's a 345 kV transmission feed between the Buffalo Flats substation and the Delaware substation.
And what is that volume amount?
1,792 megawatts of potential bidirectional flow.
Let me ask the question, a different question. As I understand the testimony in this case, Southwest Power Pool contends that there'll be 100 megawatts of additional capacity available for distribution in southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri. Do you recall that part of the testimony?
I do not recall the distribution discussion.
Okay.
Probably defer to the power pool on that one.
If there is a question of shortage of capacity, would you agree that transmission is not the only way that shortage could be addressed?
Again, probably lean to the power pool for more clarification, but in general, at a local level, at a very local level, you can resolve that with distribution. But regionally and statewide, it has to be resolved by transmission.
Would you agree that if there was, for instance, a battery facility installed in southeast Kansas of, let's just use, for example, 500 megawatts, that would improve the resiliency?
I'm going to object on the hypothetical.
Yeah.
These facts are not considered. We're just now hearing about it. I don't think we can hypothesize on the question.
If the witness feels that he can form an opinion on that and is qualified, I'll allow him to answer. If he feels he needs to defer to the planners, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll defer to the power pool. I know nothing about battery storage.
Let me ask you this question. It's kind of a follow-up to one of the commissioner questions. Do you believe that Evergy is providing sufficient and efficient service in the state of Kansas at the present time?
I feel as though Evergy provides very high quality, reliable service to Kansas.
So when we're talking about additional, or when you're talking about resiliency, or when you're talking about bidirectional flow, you're talking about an increased ability to provide sufficient and efficient service. You're not saying, are you, that Evergy is not providing good service presently?
I'm gonna object to asking for a legal conclusion here.
It's
Sufficient and efficient service is a legal standard.
Right.
Mr. Sakura, any response?
yes. If you would prefer, I rephrase the question, say, do you believe Evergy is providing good service today? I'm willing to do that.
I think I'll overrule the objection. If the witness can offer an answer, I will allow him to do so.
Yes, I believe Evergy provides good quality service to our customers.
So would it be your opinion that what the Buffalo Flats project does is permit Evergy to provide better service for its customers?
I agree that it provides additional load available to the area.
I did a word search, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't see any mention in either the application or your testimony filed with the application that mentions the Flint Hills or Tallgrass Prairie. Would that be correct?
I'd have to do a word search to confirm, but I believe that I'm not sure without having the documents in front of me.
Let me ask you this. Did you consider specifically the effect of the construction of the Buffalo Flats project on the Tallgrass Prairie and the Flint Hills region?
Yes, we have considered that in our routing. Again, we received input from many different departments. We consider our impact on the Flint Hills.
And wouldn't it be, let me see, can I approach a witness?
Is that the map? Flint Hills map? Yeah. Here you go. Yeah. Flint Hills Eco Region. Flint Hills Eco Region.
For illustrative purposes, already in the record is a map which shows the Flint Hills region. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that map that I have placed before you, there is a red line. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you indicated, I believe, that the proposed project goes 35 miles through the Flint Hills area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And The red line on the exhibit that we're looking at goes through a light blue area. Is that correct?
Yes,
And the light blue area is the Flint Hills. Is that correct?
according to this map, yes.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you indicated, as I recall it, that the proposed line goes through 35 miles of the Flint Hills. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do any analysis that would show what a preferred route would be to move away from the Flint Hills and not do the 35 miles through the Flint Hills?
We did some review. This is the narrowest area of the Flint Hills that we could possibly have for this line route. We looked at if the route had to go south, well out of the Flint Hills region in Oklahoma and avoid it entirely, it would add roughly 40 to 60 miles to the line, depending on which route you took.
So you indicated that there was a review, if I understand your answer, there was a review of a partial avoidance of that area and then a total avoidance. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah.
And if you did a partial avoidance of the Flint Hills area, how much would that cut off the 35 miles?
0 for an accessible route. The route along the state line of Oklahoma is a little bit shorter, but it's inaccessible down there. This is the shortest route in our entire routing network through the Flint Hills.
Okay. If the commission ordered you, after consideration, to present a route that avoided the Flint Hills and the Chautauqua Hills area, Evergy would be able to do so, would they not?
No, it would leave our territory.
Well, let me follow up on that question. I'm not sure I comprehend your answer. So let me see if I can phrase the question correct, more succinctly for you. Is it your testimony that Evergy would only construct that portion of the line that's in the state of Kansas?
Yes, we don't have any facilities in Oklahoma. We don't have the rights to build transmission lines in Oklahoma. That is correct.
So if the Buffalo Flats line was moved to Oklahoma, whatever is in Oklahoma would be, in fact, constructed by an entity other than Evergy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would that entity be American Electric Power?
I have to look at the maps and see. It depends on where across the line, but either probably American Electric Power or OG&E.
Okay. Now, let me ask another question. It's a little bit of a follow-on question to the earlier commissioner questioning. If the current preferred route is the cost is 493 million, and that about, I believe you said maybe 150 million of that is associated with American Electric Power.
120, 130.
Okay. If the construction was moved to where there was a larger amount of the construction in Oklahoma and a lesser amount in Kansas, would that mean, as I understand it, that Evergy's part of this project would be less in terms of the money that would flow to Evergy?
It would be less in terms of project costs.
Okay, less in terms of project costs. If 50% of the project was built in Oklahoma, would 50% of the $493 million cost go to entities other than Evergy?
If AEP owned 50% of the line, then they would be building 50% of the line, and it would be in their project costs, not ours.
Mr. Zakora, can I ask a clarification of what you're asking? Are you asking whether the cost of building the line would be borne by those entities, or are you asking whether those amounts would be billed to customers in those areas?
No. Thank you for the question. The question was intended to say, if half was built in Oklahoma and half was built in Kansas, how much of the total construction costs would be billed by Evergy?
Okay, so you're not asking about who they would bill that to. Okay,
No.
I've got you.
Okay. So it'd be fair to say, Mr. Lovelace, that if the bigger part of the construction costs are incurred in Kansas, that would be more favorable to Evergy in terms of the amount of construction they could charge and ultimately the return they could get on that investment.
I'm going to object of just way out of the scope of Kale's job here.
Well,
You're asking him to determine the return on investment?
Mr. Zakura, any response?
I didn't know if you guys were done. Were you done? Okay. Let me ask the question a different way.
Well, I'm inclined to sustain the objection. That might be a proper question for regulatory, but I think it's outside the scope of this witness.
Okay. Thank you. I'll save it for Mr. Ives.
We're creating a running list for him, I think.
He's really good at his job. He'll do fine. Let me see if you could speak to this. Okay, and it's not I don't mean it to be a regulatory question. Okay. I think if I understand your testimony correctly, your testimony is that it would be more expensive to build the Buffalo Flats project if you avoided the Flint Hills.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say then that when the configuration of this project is that there is a definite decision made by this commission if they approve the necessity and approve the route, that this commission is making a decision to allow construction through the Flint Hills because it is a lower cost alternative than to avoid the Flint Hills?
I'm going to object to that question. We filed the application with the request under the Line Sighting Act. He doesn't know what the commissioners are thinking about when they're making their decision, drafting an order.
Yeah, if you could rephrase the question, I think that'd be
Okay.
helpful.
Okay. I may be asking it twice, but I'll do my best. Okay. I believe your testimony is that if you propose a route that avoided the Flint Hills, it would be more expensive construction than to avoid the Flint Hills. Is that correct?
It would add additional line length unnecessarily and add construction costs.
Well, the question was not if it added something unnecessarily. It's simply, my question is, if you avoided the Flint Hills, does it increase the cost of the Buffalo Flats project?
I'm going to object again. This has been asked 3 times and the answer's been the same each time.
Sustain.
In the SPP review of the Buffalo Flats project, they talk about addressing thermal and voltage considerations. Do you recall that?
I have read their
Okay.
portion. Yeah,
Could
their
you-
reports. I'm sorry. Yeah, I have read their reports. Yes.
Would you explain to me what the difference is between thermal and voltage considerations?
I'm going to defer that one to the power pool. I can try, but it'll be a real bad answer. They're a lot better than I am.
Do you want to answer or do you want to defer?
I'm going to defer to the power pool. They understand load studies and thermal and voltage regulation much better than I do.
Did Evergy have to competitively bid to be selected to construct the Buffalo Flats line?
No,
And why was that the case?
it was identified as a short-term reliability project by the power pool.
Okay. And what's the definition of short term?
Short term is, I believe it's inside of a 4-year window.
And when do you, at this point in time, estimate that the Buffalo Flats line will be complete?
Yeah, end of 2029, December 31st, 2029 is our target and service date.
So any of the benefits that you spoke about earlier from the Buffalo Flats line will not be available until, as I understand it, December 2029?
Yes, until the line is energized.
Now, in the consideration by the Southwest Power Pool and also in the application of Evergy, it talks about the Garden Plain line as being an interconnection with a major wind interconnection point. Do you recall that?
No, I can't speak to any wind power planning on this portion.
Do you recall whether or not it is connected to a major wind interconnection point?
I'm going to object. He said it was in the application. It's not in the application. He's speaking to a specific sentence in SPP's testimony. This is beyond Kale's scope.
Yeah.
This would be a question for SPP.
I believe the application does talk about a major wind interconnection point.
You can ask the question and the witness can answer if he has specific personal knowledge to address the question you ask. So I will overrule the objection for now.
Yes, there are wind farms out west of Wichita. How that power flows, I don't really track that. That's Power Pool's job.
Do you recall that portion in the application and the testimony that talks about reducing costs, reducing fuel costs, excuse me?
Without having it in front of me, I can't say that I specifically remember it. I do recall the verbiage. I do recall the topic.
Do you recall the amount of fuel costs that are alleged or contended will be saved?
I'm going to defer to regulatory on that one.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. In your experience, and particularly in your experience at Evergy, has Evergy ever constructed a project where the costs were increased in order to avoid impacting cultural, environmental, wetlands, or historical sites?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Certainly. In your work experience at Evergy, have you ever been involved in a project where Evergy has made a decision to encounter or to have greater construction costs in order to avoid impacting cultural, environmental, wetlands, or historical sites?
No, I haven't.
So, let me see. I'm going to just ask a question to make sure I understood. So in your experience, you have not been involved in any case where Evergy has accepted or proposed, more likely proposed, increased costs in order to avoid impact on cultural, historical, or environmental sites?
None that I can recall.
Do you recall the total dollar amount of benefits
I'm going to defer to
for
regulatory.
the Buffalo Flats project?
I will defer to regulatory on that one.
Okay. Is the Buffalo Flats project a part of what is deemed the Buffalo Flats overlay?
Yes, yes, I believe.
And have you been involved in any of the planning for the Buffalo Flats overlay?
No.
And do you know if the Southwest Power Pool, in addressing necessity of the Buffalo Flats project separate from the Buffalo Flats overlay?
I'm going to defer to the Power Pool on that one.
Is it time to take a brief break or do you want me to continue?
We can continue unless if you need a break, we can take a break.
I think I would leave, can we have 5 minutes just to organize?
Sure. Let's all take a 5-minute break. We are off the record and in recess until 1:37. Okay, we are at 1:37. I know I picked a non-round number, but 1:37 was when we were going to reconvene. And it looks like Mr. Zakura is ready. All right, we are back on the record in this proceeding, and Mr. Zakura is continuing his examination of Mr. Lovelace. Mr. Zakura, you may proceed.
I have a matter first. Okay. What I tried to do when I was asking the questions of cost benefit analysis was asking the same questions that I thought that Commissioner Keene was asking. And the witness answered the questions for Commissioner Keene, but deferred the questions for me. And as I understand the rulings from the bench, the commission allowed the witness to do that, to defer that. I think that I ought to be able to ask him and he ought to be able to answer those questions because they were asked by Commissioner Keene and he responded to those questions.
If I may respond, he never quantified benefits for Mr. Keene. I don't know what questions he's referring to that Commissioner Keene asked, but there was no quantifying of benefits. So I would disagree completely.
Yes, my understanding was that you were referring to either a cost benefit analysis in the planning study, which would refer to economic planning, or some intangible cost benefit related to not intangible, but not as easily quantifiable benefit analysis from a reliability standpoint. And I believe he deferred that to the planners. I do understand he talked about benefits to communities with Commissioner Keene, but I understood that to be a bit distinct from the planning cost benefit analysis, which is why I allowed him to defer that to planners or to regulatory.
The point I was just trying to make is to do a cost benefit analysis that you have to be able to value both sides. Okay. And if he deferred those to the regulatory department and to SPP, then they are the ones who answer that question. You're not going to require this witness to answer that question. Is that my understanding of the ruling?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Okay. In my understanding of how a cost benefit analysis is conducted, you quantify, if possible, dollar value, what the benefit is, and compare that and quantify in dollar value, if possible, what the cost is. That is simply all I was asking. I thought that was being asked by Commissioner Keene. As I understood the ruling from the commission, that was allowed, in fact, not to be answered by this witness, but to be deferred. Okay.
Yes, my understanding is this witness is primarily focused on routing and construction. And there are other witnesses that are more focused on the planning process and any cost benefit analysis that might be included in that process. And so the ruling was that it would be more appropriate to defer the questions to those witnesses.
Okay.
So Mr. Ives for Evergy or Mr. Rahim for Southwest Power Pool.
May I continue?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you some, Mr. Lovelace, about towers. Okay. Now, I believe your testimony is that the towers are constructed in the field. Is that a correct understanding?
The towers are assembled in the field.
Excuse me, I think you used the word erected and assembled in
Yeah.
the field. Okay. Could you tell me what that entails?
Connecting pole segments, segments of pole shafts, connecting the davit arms, raising them up, setting them either in a hole or on a foundation.
Okay. And how big are the parcels or parts of the tower that are shipped to the site?
Varies, pole shafts max out at about 55 feet in length.
Okay. So if I were to understand, we're talking about over 133 miles. It's a big construction project with lots of moving parts. Would that be generally a correct statement?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those moving parts would be to have the towers delivered at the location where they're going to be erected at the appropriate time.
Yes.
Okay. And what is the weight of the towers? I did some individual research, but from a civil engineering standpoint, tell me what the assembled erected weight of an 80-foot tower is and what the assembled erected weight of a 160-foot tower is.
I couldn't tell you that without knowing the structure design.
Okay. Could you tell me that with a structure design that you intend to use at the project?
Again, structure types vary. I can't give you a precise answer there.
So you know how many, well, let me ask the question differently. How many towers per mile per span?
Roughly, I think we're expecting about 900 to 1,000 foot average spans. So that would be just a hair over 5 structures per mile.
Okay.
Or 5 spans per mile. Yeah.
So if it's a 133-mile project, what would the number of towers be?
Oh gosh, I could do roughly 700 poles, I'd guess.
Okay. And of those 700 poles, I'm sorry, were you still thinking on that question?
Yeah, I was running a little math in my head, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, 700, maybe 800 on the high end, but probably 700.
Okay. Of those, okay, those, each pole will have connected to it a pertinent type of apparatus, right? Wire or any other type of equipment. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many miles or how much wire would go in this project? Is it equivalent to the number of miles? Are we talking about 133 miles of wire, or would there be multiple wire and it's longer than that?
Yeah, the expected design right now, 3 phases, 2 wires per phase. So 6 wires will be constructed, linearly.
So we have, see if I can restate back to you. So we have, I think by your testimony, 800, maybe slightly more number of towers, and there would be 6 wires per tower or between each span.
Yes, 6 wires per span, 3 phases, 2 wires per phase.
Are there any other types of apparatus on the poles?
There's overhead shield wire, lightning protection.
Okay. And is that just on each pole, or is that the length of the span?
The entire length of the project.
Okay. So there would be 6 wires, and then what you call the shield, the 7th would be shield? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you this question in citing the land. Did you at all, when you were doing the preferred route and looking how it affected the various homes and structures, within that, did you calculate where the towers would be?
No.
Would you agree with me having a 160-foot tower close to your home would be different than, less advantageous, more adverse than if you just had wire?
I don't know that I have a formed opinion on that.
Okay. Well, how far do you have, excuse me, what's the closest you go to a structure, a residential structure?
I have to look back. We have, I think the closest one is about 300 to 350 feet, I believe.
Okay. And would you think it would make a more adverse situation for the residential customer in that situation to have a 160-foot pole 350 feet from their residence rather than wires and the span between the wires?
I'm
Span between the
gonna
poles.
just object on vagueness. Adverse to what?
You know, that's not an objection. That's a speaking objection. And that's been going on in the morning. We don't allow that at the commission.
Restate the question. I think I missed the exact question.
Okay. Do you think it's more adverse to a residential ratepayer to have a 160-foot pole 350 foot from the house instead of being located where they're in between poles and they simply have the wire?
Yes, but I must reiterate, we have not spotted structures yet. We don't know where each structure is individually going to land.
Okay.
And also clarify, 160 is our highest, tallest pole. We won't have many, if any of those, to be clear.
I believe in your testimony, you said towers 80 foot to 160. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
it's that high end of the range, so they'll be very uncommon.
Okay. 80 foot would be uncommon or common?
I'd say both extremes are typically uncommon.
So what would be the most common height for the tower?
Again, we haven't started designing the line yet, but I would expect somewhere between 90 and 100 feet as our typical structure height.
Okay. And would the 90 and 100 feet towers also have the 6 strands plus the lightning protection?
Yes, every structure out there will have the same wire configuration.
Let me ask you this. What is the amount of right-of-way or the width of the right-of-way that you're seeking to acquire?
Our typical right-of-way width will be between 150 and 175 feet. Occasionally with long spans, we may go wider.
When you use the word long spans, what do you mean?
Say probably 1,300 feet or longer. If we had, say, a really long highway span or a river crossing span or one of those things.
Let me please turn your attention back to the exhibit we just spoke of with the part through the Flint Hills there enumerated in red.
Sure.
Do you see that, sir?
Yeah.
And did you indicate in your testimony earlier that the red through the Flint Hills area, which is denominated in blue, is about 35 miles?
Yes.
Okay. So from your testimony, we're talking about how many spans per mile for 35, how many towers per mile through 35 miles?
Just a little over 5. I think you would probably end up 35 pi. Probably end up somewhere around 175 on structures or so through the Flint Hills, I'd say. On the high end, maybe 200.
So would those 175 to 200 structures in the 35 miles that traverse the Flint Hills, do you have an opinion on the height of those towers?
No.
But would those towers also carry with it the 6 strands plus the additional lightning protection?
Yes.
Let me ask you about the strands and the lightning protection. What's the lowest height of a strand on a pole?
I'm afraid I'll need, our minimum ground clearance is 35 feet, but that's at the mid-span section. Where it actually attaches to the pole can vary significantly. It'll be more than 35 feet, I can tell you that. But we'd have to get into deeper engineering design for me to provide that value to you.
I want to follow up a little bit on the questioning of Commissioner Keen. As I look at the map, Evergy provides no retail electric service in Chautauqua County. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And as I look at the map, and that's all I've done, the commission certified map, it looks as though Evergy provides less than 50% of the retail service in Cowley County, Kansas. Would that be correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And did you, I'm trying to recall back, in your answers to Commissioner Keen, did you have an overall statement of the percentage of retail electric supplied by Evergy in the the four county, let's say Sumner, Chautauqua, and Cowley counties?
Believe Commissioner King, you said 6%. Is that correct?
I was talking about the witness.
Yeah. You trade me seats? Yes.
I meant that to be the witness answer. I don't have the courage to cross-examine a commissioner. I meant it to be your answer, sir. Did you answer as if you know the percentage of retail electric service in Sumner, Chautauqua, and Cowley counties provided by Evergy?
I've not personally verified those numbers.
Okay. Now, in your testimony at page 8, as I understand it, one of the benefits that you cite is that the Buffalo Flats line enables renewable energy. Could you explain that, please?
We are part of the open access transmission tariff. I'll defer to regulatory for additional details on that.
So your answer is you don't want to expand on what enable renewable energy means?
Yeah, I'm going to defer that one to regulatory as they understand interconnection agreements and such like that better than I do.
But you do understand that the section I'm speaking of is in your testimony and not anyone else's.
Yeah.
Which testimony,
Can-
but you said page 8 of his testimony. Are you
Yes.
speaking to direct testimony?
Direct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Jim, which row? Yeah, which row? Yeah.
Now council has placed that testimony before you. Now that you have it before you, do you want to expand or explain your answer?
I don't really have much to add to this, except that I'll defer that further explanation to regulatory.
Is it let me just ask a question or two more about that, and if you defer, you defer. When you talk about enable renewable resources, are you speaking about wind?
I'm gonna defer renewable resources in general. That's what I'm speaking of.
Okay. On page 80 of your testimony, you also state the Buffalo Flats Delaware project will provide congestion relief. What do you mean? I'm sorry, what I'm talking about on page 8, it is line 13. Provides congestion relief. What are you speaking about there?
Hang on a sec. Can you verify that's on page 8, please?
I'm reading from page 8 of, well, that's rebuttal. Excuse me, rebuttal. Do you have it before you, sir?
Yeah, sorry. I'll need the testimony now. Apologize. Please restate the question.
Okay. In your rebuttal testimony on page 8 at line 13, you indicate that the Buffalo Flats Delaware project will provide congestion relief. Line 13,
I'm sorry, page 8, line 13 of rebuttal, is that?
unless I've got, oh, yeah. I'm sorry, I want to strike that.
Okay.
That's a question for Mr. Alex. Now, in your testimony, Mr. Lovelace, you indicate that the project will provide direct and economic benefits to Kansas consumers. What direct and economic benefits are you speaking of?
Wait, can you, maybe I missed it, at which testimony?
It is I believe it is direct. Yeah,
Direct testimony, what page?
good point, Kale. Let me do a different question, okay? Okay. Would you define what you mean when you talk about voltage stability?
I'm a civil engineer. I'm going to defer the power pole and details there. I'm a civil engineer. I'm going to defer to the power pole and details for voltage stability.
So when and if you use that in your testimony, are you speaking generally or what?
In general, I can't speak to specifics on that.
Let me turn to a line of questioning about the actual construction of the project, okay? Are Evergy employees going to construct the 133 miles of transmission line and do the pole erection?
No, we utilize contract labor for construction.
Okay. And are those contractors, if you know, subject to the jurisdiction of the KCC?
I don't know.
Okay. So let me ask a further question. When Evergy talks or speaks, and you speak in your testimony about restoration of land in the Flint Hills, will that be land that's been disturbed by contractors or by Evergy?
It will be disturbed by contractors performing work on behalf of Evergy.
And if any of the landowners have a dispute or are very unhappy with the restoration of the land, is that dispute or unhappiness to be voiced to Evergy or to the contractors?
Like Evergy.
But Evergy, as I understand it, Evergy did not do the construction. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Would Evergy do any further restoration?
Yes.
It wouldn't be the contractors.
Evergy utilizes contractors for restoration as well.
Okay. Now, I am correct, am I not correct, that it's your intention that the towers, the 6 strands, the lightning strand protection, that'll remain in place for 40 or 50 years? Would that be correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And in that 40 to 50 year period, would it be your understanding that Evergy could go back into the right of way for repair or maintenance of the facility?
Yes.
Does your right-of-way agreement, or does the agreement that Evergy provides, provide for additional transmission lines in the same right-of-way?
I'm going to defer easement-specific questions to Matt Armfield when he has his turn. He's our real estate project manager, or manager of our real estate project managers.
Let me ask a different question, if you know. If the Southwest Power Pool were to say that, or order Evergy to do a 765 overlay, and it was in any of these counties, would it be a possibility that these same people who provide the ground for the 365 kV line would also be providing ground for the 765 overlay?
I'm afraid I can't speculate to that.
Okay. Is there anything in the easements of Evergy that would prevent Evergy from coming back and placing an additional transmission line on the property of any of the landowners that are going to be providing property if the commission approves this route?
I'm going to defer to our real estate manager, as he'll be able to answer that question much more thoroughly than I can.
Well, though he can answer it more thoroughly, I'm asking you, if you know, is there anything in the typical right-of-way or easement agreement that would prevent Evergy from coming back and placing additional transmission lines on the property of any of the landowners that are providing easements or right-of-way for a KCC approved route?
Not that I'm, excuse me, not that I'm aware of. I believe our easement documents are specific to that line and that strip easement.
In your consideration of the preferred route, as you call it, did you give any consideration to oil and gas leases in Chautauqua, Sumner, or Cowley County?
I'll defer to John Dunham for greater detail on that. We didn't research leases, I believe, and John may correct me later on. We didn't research leases. We reviewed what was available at ground line.
I didn't quite hear exactly what you said. You did not research leases?
No, we didn't research leases on our 900-mile routing network.
Okay. Did you research on the ground impact in the Flint Hills?
In areas where we were able to access by road, yes.
And when was that done?
Gosh, late spring. I was thinking it was May or so of last year. Early summer, possibly.
And you're speaking of 2025?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you personally review, or did Evergy review, the area that crossed timbers in the Chautauqua Hills area?
I don't recall specifically. We had a team of folks driving down the route. I don't recall specifically. I don't believe I got down to Cross Timbers area. I couldn't tell you who did.
Would it concern you if, to do this preferred route, you had to remove hundreds, if not thousands, of trees in the Cross Timbers area?
It would. I would have to know how hundreds of thousands of trees were quantified. But yeah, vegetation removal is always a challenge.
Okay. Would it concern you if you had to remove 500 trees?
Again, depends on the easement corridor.
Would it concern you if they were ancient trees that were originated in the 1700s?
From a practical perspective, I don't really know that I could tell you. I'm not the vegetation expert. Yeah, I don't know if I've got a great answer for you there.
Would it make a difference to you in your consideration of cultural impact if you were required to remove 100 trees that originated in the 1700s?
I don't think we go and count tree rings when we remove vegetation. I don't think we go and age trees before we remove them. I'm not aware of that practice.
Let me see if I'm not sure I got all of that, so well, could you read back the answer? That's maybe the best.
I don't think we go with age trees will remove them. I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware of the contention made that there's only 4% of the tallgrass prairie left and that 2/3 of that is in Kansas?
No.
Are you aware of the fact that the contention's made that there is only a small portion of the tallgrass prairie remaining and that much of it is in Kansas?
No.
Would it make a difference to you in the preferred route if you assume there's 4% of the tallgrass prairie remaining and that the construction project would degrade half of it?
Knowing that our ground line impact is really restricted to the pole base itself, no.
Can I have just a moment, please?
Sure. Mr. Zakura, though, before, could I just ask if you have an estimate of how much longer for this witness?
Not a lot.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, please proceed.
One advantage of having me organize myself is that oftentimes I say, I'm concluded. Thank you.
All right, very
Thank you.
good.
Thank you to the witness.
Yeah, thank you.
And don't take this as an admonishment of the previous line of questioning, but I am just noticing where we are on the schedule. We're not yet through one witness. We are at least halfway through our first day. Just want to admonish all the parties that please just be very mindful to make sure you're asking questions of the specific witness you need, that we're not asking questions that are answered in the pre-file testimonies. Anything we can do to kind of move things along, I think would be good at this point in time. So not a comment on any of that line of questioning. Just want to make sure everybody knows where we are on the schedule for today. So with that, Mr. Zakura, you are concluded?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Buck, do you have questions for this witness?
I do.
Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lovelace.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Lovelace, Evergy engaged Burns and McDonald to prepare the route selection study for this project, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that study was evaluated. It evaluated potential routes between the Buffalo Transmission Substation and the Kansas-Oklahoma border, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Evergy relied on that routing study in selecting the preferred route?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the routing study evaluated numerous environmental and land use factors when comparing potential routes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those factors included residential proximity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Cultivated crop impacts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And various others of pasture impacts, agricultural structures, road and highway crossings, railroad crossings, stream crossings, floodplain impacts, wetlands, and other cultural sites. Is that correct? All those?
Yes, sir.
Now I'd like to ask you about another existing land use in the area, oil and gas development. Did the routing study evaluate the location of existing oil wells when selecting the preferred route?
Yes, sir. I believe we pinned every one of them or located every single one.
You locate every oil well?
Yes.
And you testified that earlier that you were well aware of one operator?
I'd have to probably defer to John Dunham on specifics.
Well, you
for those
testified to this
locations.
earlier.
Yes, I'm
And-
aware of one oil field.
You testified earlier that it was one oil field?
Yes, it was one that I'm aware of on the preferred route.
Okay, can you explain to me what you mean by one oil field?
One area where we identified, one general area, I believe it was west of either the Walnut or the Ark River. I think it was the Walnut, that had active pump jacks.
So just to make sure the record's clear, you were aware of one operator, but you did in fact aware of a lot of existing oil wells? Is that correct?
Yes, we had identified one area where there appeared to be multiple active oil wells.
Okay, where were those at?
I believe it was west of the Walnut River. Pretty sure it was west of the Walnut River. I might be getting mixed up though, so I apologize.
Okay, who was the operator of that?
You guys. Oh gosh. I believe is who you're representing. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
Sorry.
So before I entered my appearance on behalf of Bull Oil, which is, I guess, the oil field / operator you're referring to, you were aware of no other operators, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but there was existing wells that you were aware of,
Yes.
and that you just believed them all to be abandoned?
No.
Okay, what'd you think?
As we were routing through the area, I'll probably lean on John Dunham for additional clarifications, but we identified the area, general area, with the expectation to work with the landowner and microsite through that area to not impact any active wells.
Okay, I'll get to micrositing. So you studied, you said about 1.1 million routes?
Yes.
Okay. And did those other routes have any operators? Or was this the least impacted one?
So let me be clear. It was 195 different routing segments that comprise 1.1 million routes. So multiple other routes included the same operator.
Okay. And you drove around and looked at this preferred route?
Yeah, everywhere that we could access by public road.
Okay. You didn't see, and you saw no pump jacks going up and down?
No, I'm not stating that the pump jacks were inactive. We identified pump jacks in the area.
But you just thought they were abandoned or no leasehold interest?
No, our intention was to work with the landowner and leaser and microsite around that area, either through or immediately around the pump jacks.
Yeah. Would you agree that, for the most part, landowners are not the operators of these oil and gas leases?
Yes.
And that didn't make you aware that these leases most likely had a operator?
Can you clarify the question, please?
You said that you were aware of pump jacks going up and down when you drove these roads. You were aware that the landowners, I believe you said you were aware that you knew the landowner does not usually produce the property. It's usually leased out. So I'm just trying to figure out what you were thinking, what your rationale was. You just, was you were just going to contact the landowner and have them contact the operator, but then you also were under the impression there was no operator or no leases. So I'm just trying to get this figured out.
Yeah, I think we understand that all of the oil field and gas operations have a landowner and an operator. And any micrositing would be done in conjunction with both of those entities.
Okay. All right. So you did did you evaluate locations of existing wells when selecting the preferred route?
Yes.
Okay. Did it evaluate oil and gas leases along the route?
No, we didn't pull full title work that would have provided that information.
Did it evaluate potential drill locations on those leases?
No, unless landowners provided input at the open houses, we don't have that information.
Did the routing study analyze whether a transmission corridor could eliminate potential and existing well sites?
No, we skirted the line through there or designed the line to run through there without affecting oil field operations.
You through the whole project?
Yes, understand that we'd be able to microsite around obstacles.
Let me see where I want to go from here. Okay. Would you agree that especially in the counties affected by this, these 4 counties of Sedgwick, Sumner, Cowley, Chautauqua, oil industry is critical to the economy?
Yes.
And in your rebuttal testimony, you addressed concern regarding oil and gas activity, correct?
I would need a minute to review.
You have probably not on his rebuttal. It's fine. Mr. Lovelace, I might be able to refresh your memory and you can tell me if it's wrong.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, it states where oil and gas infrastructure exists, Evergy will attempt to address those conflicts through micrositing.
That is correct.
Micrositing means does it mean adjusting the exact placement of the transmission structures within the approved corridor? Is that what it means?
For this purpose, and it can vary a little bit, but in general, micrositing for this project is adjustments less than 1,000 feet on either side of center line to be able to make it work out best for you on your property or your client's property.
So micrositing occurs after the route itself has been approved, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the routing study did not evaluate those oil impacts beforehand. Evergy, I guess you guys intend to address them later through micrositing, correct?
Yeah, we identified an oil field in the area.
No.
We intended to locate structures in our corridors around your existing facilities.
Okay, so, but let me get back. You located my clients after we filed our entry of appearance. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with when your entry of appearance.
So how did you discover the oil field of my clients? Was it through your due diligence? Was it through public comment? How were you made aware?
Yeah, due diligence, aerial imagery, and general general GIS data.
On what, KGS? Is that what you said?
GIS.
GIS, okay. So and using all of that information, we were the only ones, and we're the only ones that happened to enter our appearance?
I believe so. And again, Mr. Dunham will be on later, and we can defer back to him for help on that.
Yeah, I don't know if he testified to this, so I don't think that'll help me.
Okay.
Would you be surprised if I told you that you go across, I believe of my clients, I think you go across 7 leases? Would you be surprised?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be surprised if I told you that you go across a lot of other oil leases operated by other entities and individuals just in Chautauqua County?
Yes.
You would be surprised
Yes.
because of your research, due diligence nothing came up. Is that why?
Based off the GIS data, yeah, that would surprise me.
Okay. So how many existing oil wells did you discover during your due diligence period?
I'll have to defer to Mr. Dunham on that one.
So the final tower or the poles for the project have not been yet determined, correct?
Correct.
And they'll be determined during the micrositing process, right?
We will gather landowner input during the micrositing process.
So
Final pole location will be determined during the full engineering process.
so you allude to the landowners. Can you please expand on how you're going to bring the leaseholders in on this?
Yeah, I'll be honest, the first time I've done that before. I'll probably have to lean on our real estate representative, Matt Armfield, to elaborate there.
So this means the precise impacts to my client, and if there happen to be any other oil and gas leases in Chautauqua County, that are not fully known, we'll just decide this after, if this is approved. I mean, that it's just going to be done after.
Yes.
So would you agree if an existing land use could be restricted by the placement of the transmission corridor, that would be a relevant factor to evaluate when selecting the route, wouldn't it?
Yes, and yes, potentially.
Potentially. So when Evergy concluded that the preferred route was reasonable, that conclusion was reached without evaluating how it might affect oil and gas development or potential drilling locations, correct?
No, again, I think I'll lean on our ability to microsite down the road.
You directly testify this in all of your testimony.
Can you refer to a specific area of the testimony?
Yeah, if you want to give me a minute.
Sure.
Just for clarity, I don't think he was deferring to another witness. He was deferring to his answers on micrositing, if that was unclear.
Okay, that's fine. I'll proceed.
Yeah.
Okay, you mentioned with Commissioner Keen that some of these routes down the highway corridor did not work because of all the jogging, correct?
Yes, and for multiple other reasons.
Do you know, I guess you do, because you've looked this up, but do you know how many wells there are in Chautauqua County?
No.
Would you be surprised if I don't even know a number to throw out there. A lot of wells. I mean, how many did you come up on your due diligence?
Again, I'll defer to John Dunham on his testimony.
were you aware that oil and gas leases generally remain in effect only so long as production of oil continues? Were you aware of that?
No, I have no familiarity with oil and gas leases.
Okay, and did you do the research on these oil and gas leases or on the wells?
Personally, no.
And were they put anywhere in the report that you attached to these exhibits for your testimony?
I don't believe so.
Is there anyone you can defer me to that you know did that evaluated this well count?
At the moment, I don't have anybody that I can provide to you. I think that could be a follow-up action item.
Okay. But you're confident that within these studies, you guys determined how many existing wells there are specifically in Chautauqua County?
No, well, I'll be honest, I don't know. We weren't studying all of Chautauqua County. We were studying our routing network.
Do you agree that the 150 to 170 foot line would have a significant impact on where an individual my client could drill?
No,
You don't agree?
correct.
Can they drill within the easement?
No.
Can you explain to me how that doesn't reduce their property use rights to be able to drill within that easement?
Yeah, again, the intention is to microsite around existing active wells and planned sites.
Okay, do you know that a lot of people drill, there's an oil field and you can drill and expand on that? Did you know, were you aware of that?
Yes.
So would you agree if you microsite around an existing well, you're gonna lose that area where you're micrositing?
No.
So let me walk you through this. If you assume that you have 40 acres and there's one well on it. And this line, you're saying you would microsite around it, correct?
Yes.
And that easement around it would not reduce the drillable acreage. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Find my script here. Oh, we are ready for commissioner questions again. Commissioner Keen, do you have additional follow-on questions following those examinations?
Yes, I do. Just a few follow-on questions for me, Mr. You know, is there presently an electric transmission? Is there presently congestion in the Wichita area?
Honestly, I'm gonna have to refer to the power pool on that. They understand the grid flow much better than I do.
So who should I ask that question of?
Power pool tomorrow. Not sure what time they're actually, or which order they're in, but
Okay.
I think the power pool is on the schedule for tomorrow.
Okay.
And I think it varies day by day, time of year, season by season. So.
Okay. let's go back to one environmental concern that I think you addressed within the confines of Mr. Zakura's cross-examination. And that has to do with the placement of the poles. Okay. So my question to you is, explain a bit, what's the substructure or the foundation for securing these poles in the ground? What kind of footprint does that necessitate? In terms of depth, diameter, area, what does it require?
That'll depend on the geology in the region. Some areas we use direct embed poles. That's typically a 6-foot diameter hole that we drill down, place a structure in there, just like we would a fence post, and backfill with gravel. That's typically got about a 6, maybe 7-foot impact at ground line diameter where no grass grows, because we backfill gravel all the way up. Sometimes we do drilled pier structures. Those drilled concrete pier. And those structures can vary in depth depending on the geology in the area, and can vary from 6, maybe 7-foot diameter up to, on the high end, maybe 9, 10-foot diameter on very few structures on this line.
Okay. And by piers, you're talking about instances where you use concrete to secure the pole. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We're stretching the boundaries of my engineering knowledge way beyond anybody's belief, to be sure. If those needed to be removed or somehow moved, what sort of undertaking is required to dig all this up and if you have to replace a pole, for example? What's all involved in that?
Yeah, it depends on the situation. If the pole's damaged or if the pole's in good shape but put in the wrong place for one reason or another. The direct buried poles will typically try to air excavate the rock, backfill, and be able to pull the entire pole section as best as possible. Sometimes you can't do that and you have to go 3-4 feet below ground, use a blowtorch, cut it off, and backfill backfill topsoil up there to ground level, and then reseed. With drilled pier foundations, we typically demolish about 3 feet below ground level, backfill with topsoil accordingly to match existing grade.
What's usually the cause or causes the need for replacing of the poles you have in mind in this particular circumstance? Is it age? Is it weather? Is it weather events? What causes that?
For these structures, it'll be a weather event. I mean, it'll almost be a tornado or a very, very heavy wind gust or ice and wind conditions maybe.
Okay. Couple more questions, I'm done. I'm going to ask you to maybe overnight here, if you can, or the Evergy representatives can provide me with some information here. Here's the question that leads up to my request for information. If in an effort, the premise of this question, in part, I'll be very candid with you, is my concern about the ecological impact that this line could have on the Flint Hills. I'm concerned about that beyond the bounds of the moratorium, beyond the new transmission, the new wind issue. It's just the ecological issues having to do with the Flint Hills. I'm concerned about that. So with that in mind, my question is this: if in an effort to avoid impacting the Flint Hills, the line went south from the Garden Plain substation into Oklahoma, and I'm looking at the map here, southwest of Ponca City, and then followed an east-west trajectory to Delaware, Oklahoma, what would be the approximate? I'm only looking for approximation here. The approximate distance from the beginning point in Garden Plain to the ending point in Delaware. I'm not asking if you give me that off the top of your head. If you have it, I'd accept it.
No, because the one
it's a right angle.
Yeah, the one dimension. Can I follow up with you on that tomorrow?
If you would, please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can take care of that.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It seems like so many of the issues that we're talking about here have as their genesis the fact that we have a critical aspect of this line in an environmentally sensitive area, which happens to be designated the Flint Hills. So yeah. That's the reason for the question.
So I guess, yeah, question would, Will the route need to go south of the southern tip of the Flint Hills and then go pretty much straight east?
Well, unless there's some route around the Flint Hill area in Oklahoma, other than what the map just seems to indicate.
Okay, yeah, because I haven't scaled.
If you had an alternate to what
Yeah.
my suggestion was, I would be interested in that as well.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll make sure that it goes past the southern tip of the Flint Hills.
Yeah, that's the only, that's kind of what was the basis of my question, was just looking at the map there.
Absolutely, yeah.
My final question is this, and I will ask these questions of Mr. Dunham in fairness to you.
Okay.
But as a result of the your cross-examination by Mr. Buck, and I thought his questions covered a wide range of very important topics having to do with the impact on oil and gas. Whether it's well density, in Chautauqua County, I can tell you well density is an issue there. Whether it has to do with the absence of advanced research, trying to identify the sheer number of leases, the number of wells associated with those leases, that information is really available through the county appraiser. They could tell you that. My concern is this, that once you settled on the preferred route, there wasn't any follow-on effort to try to identify in advance of today the potential impact or scope of the impact this line could have on an industry that is critical to the economy of these 4 counties. That is my concern in a nutshell. To me, I think it's a potentially really major void here, and had you had knowledge of that, who knows whether it would have impacted or how it would have impacted route. I don't know. But I do share some of the concerns there that were evidenced by the questions Mr. Buck asked. You can respond to that if you don't. I'm not trying to I'm interested in your thoughts.
No, yeah, and title research, that, like I mentioned this earlier briefly, but title research research wasn't performed when we identified our routing network because the area was so large. It would have taken us months to just do that. And obviously we identified physical wells available, but knowing that we'd have some flexibility in adjusting our alignment and that there, being multiple leases there, that was a situation where we figured we'd be able to work with the landowners and leaseholders and come up with the best solution for everybody. And apologize if I wasn't speaking close enough to the mic. But
so am I understanding you to say that even after the time of identifying the route as your preferred route, that undertaking that kind of even perfunctory research to identify the number of leases that you had in the route was too formidable of an undertaking? Am I understanding you to say that?
On the front end of the project, yes, we're identifying the route network. We're actually, we'd have the ability to perform that title research about any time and figure that out. But yeah, on the front end, I don't believe we performed title research in there, but I'll probably defer to Matt tomorrow if there's any follow-ups.
Are there any aspects of this issue related to oil and gas leases and production that, if you were aware of it, would in the planning processes within Evergy cause you to select one route over another? Would it have an impact on route selection?
Yes, but there are a lot of different ways that impact could happen or how that could be weighted, depending upon the other factors in that route segment. So it's kind of, it's a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional question with everything else considered equal, or not equal, but all other factors under consideration.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you again for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, any questions of this witness?
No questions at this time, but I must say I'm amazed that the decisions around the oil and gas issue is not done until after the route is selected. I find that very, very troubling, actually.
And understand, we'll identify all the leaseholders out there, how it can be affected and what their plans are and work with them at that point.
But that's after the route is selected.
Yes.
That still bothers me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lovelace. I'm going to try to limit my questions, but I do have a couple for you. So we all come at this from our different directions based on our background. I think it's pretty clear. Commissioner Keen's an oil and gas guy. My background is more farming and ranching. And then educationally, it's environmental and ecological issues. So that's probably the route I take a little more. Spent a lot of time on my family farm clearing red cedars. I know in this particular area, Cerisa lespedeza is an issue, Johnson grass. So I got a lot of concerns around invasive species and disturbed habitats. Want to explore that with you just a little bit. If you were watching the hearing we had earlier this week, kind of asked the same questions about remediation. And I know it's Evergy's position that you have a lot of experience with construction and remediation in the Flint Hills area, maybe the most of any organization other than perhaps KDOT, as far as building a large-scale infrastructure in that region. But it doesn't mean it's not a concern. And I mean, I'm particularly of the mind that, even if those commitments are out there, I would like to see something. I guess, even though we're in Kansas, I'm a bit of a show me attitude on that issue. So kind of curious what this was alluded to in your opening statement, but what are your processes and internal controls as far as working with contractors to ensure that the ecosystem is restored as much as possible, and that you can demonstrate that the that the property was left in the same condition as you came to it? Do you take photos of each construction site before and after so you can demonstrate that if needed? Do you have training for contractors? Just kind of give me what your practices are to be able to demonstrate that.
Yeah, and Matt Armfield, real estate team works hand in hand with our vegetation specialists on the front and back end of a project. So he'll be able to really elaborate here, but.
Okay, I've broken my own rule, asking the wrong witness, but if you have something to add.
Yeah, I can hit a couple of points. I mean, we do pre-construction photography to be able to document the property condition as well as the land use. We track that in our construction books along with landowner contact information, access points, information on, say, drainage tiles or something like that out in crop field, water wells and such. Our vegetation specialists, we contract out all the labor, but really we keep 3 or 4 full-time vegetation specialists on who are there to help out on the front end, prepping the site, and on the back end, helping clean it up. And those guys go through continuous education training as well as our contractors. We like to consult with outside organizations. Really, the NRCS office, we work with them really closely to get seed mixtures for restoration. But then, we're kind of looking to expand and talk with other groups and try to get a more open lines of communication with some of these restoration groups. I know the Green Team, our environmental volunteer group, has a lot of connections there, and we might look to capitalize off that in the future. Additionally, oh gosh, sorry, I'm running in my kind of lost track. It was an 8-part question.
Well, let me get a little more specific. Try to speed things along. So I believe staff's recommendation for a condition to require Evergy to hire a third-party consultant that's knowledgeable in ecosystem remediation believe that's part of the settlement. Is that correct, that you all have agreed to that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There was also discussion at our previous hearing about some other potential options here. I mean, if the line were ultimately approved, I know that I personally would want to see if this followed through, to the end. I would want to have some involvement, even as a commissioner, to make sure these commitments are followed through on. And I know we raised a couple potential possibilities. Commissioner Keen, I think, raised the possibility that we might create some sort of legal form of verification that the company would have to attest to, that all these requirements have been met. I think there was also an option that I raised and was discussed with a staff witness about publicizing the fact that landowners could come to the KCC to file complaints or have complaints arbitrated, and perhaps even sending specific notices to every landowner that has structures placed on their land, informing them of the ways that they can seek resolution of issues.
Yeah.
Are any of these alternatives unacceptable for any reason, or are they all things that you believe we're free to consider?
A lot of those math team's gonna be working with, but I'll be involved with no matter what. I think I'm very open to further discussion on that, just kind of get a little bit clearer idea of what you guys are looking at as a deliverable. But, realistically, at the end of every project, we work out a damage settlement agreement and compensation with landowners in every single spot. We get less than 1% of those that go unsettled. So I think I'd feel pretty comfortable with many different solutions there.
Okay. One thing I didn't see addressed in your responsive testimony, and maybe it was addressed, there was some specific testimony from Sean McIntyre with Crown Ranch, talking about his specific cattle operation, and they use rotational grazing, which a lot of ranchers would use. And I think his testimony was that that the construction of this line, and I'm not clear if he was talking about just during the construction period or if it was during the full operational period, but his testimony was that having the line there would make rotational grazing virtually, I think it said, next to impossible. Do you remember reading that testimony?
I remember reading that, and I need to take some time to look at his exact parcel and see what he's concerned about. Typically, we don't have livestock issues in areas where we build lines through. Yeah, it's usually not an access thing, and if he does have concerns, then we can work through that.
So when you read that testimony, you haven't followed up with that landowner yet, but it is your belief that that's something you think you can work out and work through with the landowner?
Yeah, it's pretty rare that we have to move livestock completely off of property for construction.
Okay.
It's very rare, actually.
How long, because it's a rotational grazing issue, where you're moving cattle from one part of the property to another, rotating them. Just out of curiosity, how long are you on a particular tract of property, say for each pole structure? I don't know if there's an easy way to answer that.
No, that's tough because it kind of depends on where the structure's at, what kind of vegetation and access exists. In a perfect world, we'd get the vegetation done the week before, come in, put in the structure, the next week string up the conductor and get out of there. But it doesn't really work out like that. Vegetation crews are out ahead. So
are we usually talking weeks, months, not, I guess what sort of timeframes are we normally looking at?
typically months between when we get in and establish access, culverts, gates, mow the right of way where we need to, and when we actually complete line construction, finalize our cleanup and reseed, full restoration effort.
Okay. Couple clarifying questions. One, I was really surprised at one of your answers. I think I think the question, as I understood it, I believe it was from Mr. Zakura, was, has Evergy never increased the cost of any project to avoid historical, environmental, cultural areas? And that really surprised me. I sort of assumed that's the whole point of a routing study, is to move it. And if you weren't avoiding those things, you'd just have a nice straight line. Can you confirm that you don't believe that the cost of any project has ever been increased to avoid those types of sensitivities?
So Mr. Zakur asked me if I had specifically ever done that on any of my projects, and I haven't had to. Do acknowledge that's happened in the past.
I guess specifically to this one, do you believe the routing study avoided any of those items, or was there nothing to avoid other than residences in this case?
I believe there was one historical residence within 1,000 feet or so, maybe. Can't remember the exact offset from the original preferred route, but that's the only one I can recall off the top of my head.
All right. Another question, or another answer I was surprised about, was this map that shows the Flint Hills ecosystem and overlaid with Evergy's existing transmission grid. You were asked about the possibility of completely avoiding the Flint Hills. We only discussed going south because I assume it's out of the question to go all the way up to Nebraska.
Yeah.
But I was a little surprised. I assume going south, you're going to go all the way down past the tip of that Flint Hills region, and then maybe go over to Tulsa, and then just go straight on east. I don't know, maybe you're going to come way back up north. But I think you said that it would only add 40 to 50 miles total. Not that that's an insignificant number, but that seemed low to go all the way down around that.
Yeah, the estimates, I think I estimated 40 to 60 miles on that one. And again, that's not scaling this off, not assuming that it just kind of sweeps around. So that's not a good answer.
Okay.
I'll follow up on Commissioner Keene's request.
Okay.
Provide a better value.
One final question, and this is going to be broad. I guess I do want to acknowledge your and staff's efforts to resolve some of the issues with residences. So a lot of the public comments we heard, I think, and we'll get to staff's testimony later, but it does look like you were able to resolve a lot of issues, drastically reducing the number of residences impacted. So thank you for that. Were there any public comments that really stuck with you that were concerning and you just really weren't able to address them? Is there anything you could highlight for us that is still kind of a concern out there? And I'm going to ask the same question of staff. So
yeah, honestly, in a perfect world, this would be as far away from every single household out there that you could possibly get. And I lose a little bit of sleep knowing that we're not going to be able to do that because it's just not practical on 133-mile lines. So really the thing that sticks out to me is that I wish I could get a lot further away from everybody else's home, but I simply can't.
Okay, I don't believe I have anything else. If the commissioners are done, Evergy, do you have any redirect?
Yeah, just a few. And Commissioner Keene, your request that we're going to look up later was the distance of the going south underneath the Flint Hills. I just want to make sure I wrote that down. That's what you and the chair wanted.
What I had in mind was if you have if you can think of a more, I'm trying to avoid the Flint Hills.
Okay.
In Kansas. If you have another route that you suggest to the destination that would do that.
Okay.
I would like to know what that is too, but my suggestion was if you go from Garden Plain, if you go south, and if you take that map, and I realize it's not a to scale map, I realize all that.
Sure.
You guys are purists, aren't you? that if you go south, and basically to a point somewhere southwest of Ponca City would give you a right angle from which you could do the east-west traverse up to Delaware, which is north of Tulsa. That's what I was thinking. I'm just asking what the distance would be if that were the route.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just want to make sure I wrote that down. And I'll just have a few questions for you, Cale. Are there, there's a lot of, is this better? Yeah. A lot of discussion on the impact on oil and gas. Are there other areas in Kansas where we have transmission lines through, heavily populated oil and gas areas?
Yeah, Butler County, out around El Dorado. I'd need to look and verify, but we have 2 or 3 very large substations in Butler County. I think one that we built recently, as well as all the lines coming in and out of the substations. A lot of infrastructure around there.
Any major issues dealing with, micrositing or avoiding impacting the oil and gas fields there?
No, I've had a couple of small projects around there, and we're actually working on a few and haven't had anything significant.
And maybe this isn't something you'd even know, but why would the easement not reduce the drillable area?
And this is me not being an expert, but at least going across an entire 140 acres or 40-acre plot, for example, assuming that there's a minimum spacing required in between oil wells, if we've got a 150-foot wide easement, I got to think we could work it through that area pretty well. I mean, additionally, again, I know nothing about drilling, but I think they're trying to hit a pocket down below, and as it goes down, it's not necessarily directly down below the oil jack.
Okay. And then on the discussion on the 166 highway, I think I counted you estimating up there, it was 22 zigzags back and forth across the highway. Each turn is more cost, right, versus a straight line.
Yeah, that would be if we're zigzagging, following KDOT rules and trying to turn it at 90. Each one of those structures requires different construction methods than an inline structure. But basically dead ending conductor on each side, redoing your pulling setups and everywhere, as well as the foundation and the actual steel costs to do that. Probably an extra of, I'd say 400,000 per structure.
Per structure. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, I think the point was made that we didn't score 166, but we did evaluate it. And I think you've demonstrated through testimony in here that you have, but why, we evaluated, but why not score it?
Yeah, frankly, there were too many obstacles for us to evaluate. The FAA identified the 10 towers out there that made it really, really difficult. And Dunham will be able to expand on that one a little bit better than I can, but we identified too many obstacles for that to be a viable route.
I got no other questions.
All right, thank you. Well, we do thank you for your time on the stand today, Mr. Lovelace. I hope you didn't have anywhere to be this afternoon,
No.
but you are now dismissed and you may step down.
Thank you.
We are going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be back here at 3:05 for the next witness. So we're now off the record and in recess until 3:05. I wanted to ask more.
Were you feeling concerned about having DRs printed out for tomorrow?
Okay, I've got 3:06. Folks can find their seats. We will reconvene.
Yeah, I think.
Oops. Okay, we've got our full complement of commissioners. Looks like we have all the parties back in the room. We are now back on the record in this proceeding, and Evergy may call its next witness.
Thank you, Chair. Evergy calls John Dunham. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is John Dunham.
And who are you? Who's your employer?
Burns and McDonnell Engineering Company.
And what is your position?
My position is a project manager and an associate environmental scientist.
Are you the same John Dunham who filed direct testimony on November 14th, along with 6 exhibits? Yeah, I think it's just direct, right?
Yes.
And if I were to ask you those same questions in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Any typos or edits you'd like to address on this stand?
No.
Thank you. I will tender him for commission questions.
All right. Do any commissioners have initial questions of this witness? Commissioner Keen, do you have anything?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dunham.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Have you been present in the hearing room throughout the course of the morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've heard the testimony of all the witnesses to date, or the witness to date, giving
Yes.
due respect. I'm going to ask you just very generally to provide us with your take on the adequacy of the scope of research that's been performed to determine the impact this proposed line will have on oil and gas production and lease operations within these 4 counties.
Can you state that again, just so I understand?
I'm going to give it a try. I may need the court reporter to help me with that, but basically, have you conducted any research or do you have any, what is your take basically on the scope of the research or the investigation that's been undertaken today to determine the impact, the number of operators, the number of leases, the number of wells, the impact that this proposed line could have on oil and gas operations in the 4 counties affected by this proposed line?
So in my position, with the routing study portion of this, my take is that we gathered the data that we had available at the time, that we put together as part of the routing study and part of the evaluation, to try to avoid known oil and gas facilities. Those facilities being ones above ground that we could see, that we could identify and mark, and further analyze. And in the course of doing that, and including those items in our routing study, I believe that we came to the best conclusion that we could as far as a preferred route. We did not investigate ownership during the routing study. It was all visible, physical, potential impacts that the route, items that the route could impact.
The oil and gas leases and how many oil wells will this impact?
I do not know the answer to that.
Then I don't understand your previous answer.
Okay.
If you can elaborate just a little bit. I mean, I guess I'm wondering, what depth did you go to try to assess the impact, the number of leases? This is just once the route has been finally, the preferred route has been selected, not all the permutations in advance of that, but once that final route has been selected, how many oil leases, I mean, what's the scope of your study about the impact on the industry if it didn't have a bearing on the number of wells or number of leases?
Once the preferred route was determined, I did no further study on impact to ownership or the industry.
Okay.
At this time.
Okay. What did you do prior to that time?
What we did prior to that time was to identify any above ground visible oil and gas infrastructure to include in our evaluation, basically being anything, whether that be a pump jack or a storage facility, a storage tank, any of those items we identified via desktop. We drove the routes. We verified that they were there. We marked them. Those were included in our evaluation. And I believe the criteria that we had in the evaluation was number of oil and gas wells located within the right-of-way for each route that we looked at. So it was a quantification of any of those pieces of infrastructure that could be impacted within the right-of-way of any one of the routes that we looked at.
So again, I'm not trying to badger you here, but so what was your conclusion about the impact with respect to the preferred route?
The preferred route did not have any oil and gas infrastructure located within the right-of-way based on our quantitative analysis.
If I'm understanding you, from the point of beginning west of Garden Plain to the point of ending in Kansas to the west of Caney, through that entire route, you didn't locate, you couldn't identify any oil and gas leases that would be impacted by the route.
We did not look at oil and gas leases. We were looking at individual physical structures that could be impacted by a transmission line in that area or nearby.
Okay. I presume through the course of your engineering studies and work, You deal in Oklahoma as well as Kansas, do you not?
Yes, sir.
You deal with utilities in Oklahoma?
Yes, I have.
And you can verify whether or not I'm correct in this next statement I'm going to make, because the research I have had available to me indicates that in 2025, the Oklahoma legislature passed the High Voltage Electric Transmission Facility Act. It applies to transmission lines of 300 kV or higher. It requires notice be sent by certified mail to surface landowners, any owners conducting oil and gas lease operations on any part of the surface estate within the footprint of the proposed line, and any operator of an oil and gas unit. I presume that refers to some form of unitization that is at least partially in the surface estate footprint. Are you aware of that law?
I am not aware of that.
Oh, okay. So you can't confirm that one way or another.
I cannot.
There's more aspects of it too. It goes on to set out a whole lot of requirements, if my research source is correct, and I suspect it is, that pertains to construction and maintenance, but I don't want to dwell on that. Do you have any opinions, having heard the testimony of the prior witnesses, about the environmental impacts or the concerns about the environmental impacts that were addressed by the prior witness? From your perspective as an engineer.
I'm not sure I know how to answer that question. Could you just say it one more time?
I'll try.
Okay.
I'm just asking for your assessment of the thoroughness or the process by which environmental issues have been or are being or will be assessed in conjunction with this proposed line.
I think what I would say is up until this point, to get to a preferred route, I feel confident in the addressing of environmental concerns relative to the placement of the line, with the assumption that there will be further studies after the granting of the permit.
Fair enough. I think it's been established here by Mr. Lovis's testimony that of the 133 miles of the route that lie within Kansas, roughly 35 miles of that line are in the Flint Hills area.
Yes.
Two questions. Does that cause you any concern?
It does not cause me any concern, because I feel that of the routes that we looked at, that route is the least impacting route, knowing that we needed to go through the Flint Hills. I think we did a good job positioning that particular alignment.
Your opinion about a route through Oklahoma that I think I described in a colloquy with several people here now, that avoided the Flint Hills. How about that as an alternative route?
I would need to look at a map to see how feasible that would be. And again, we're working in Kansas. Evergy has no authority in Oklahoma, so I'm not sure how that would play out.
That's fair enough.
Yeah.
You understand that there is some balancing here of relationships here between
Yes.
the two utilities who received notices to construct. So that's a complexity here too. I don't believe I have any further questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Keither, any initial questions, or would you prefer to defer?
I just want to follow up with what Commissioner King was talking about. Because in your testimony, your direct testimony, there were no adjustments after the public feedback, and there was plenty of public feedback in this case in the public hearings. And in terms of environmental concerns, there was no public feedback that made you think twice about where the line was going?
There was public feedback concerning where the placement of the line would be, and we being Evergy did make some modifications to that line following the open house meetings.
Thank you.
I was gonna defer, but let me ask you, I kind of the same question. And it's gonna be very open-ended. But there have definitely been issues raised on the impact to the Flint Hills area in general, but maybe, specifically, we heard a lot about in opening statements, the Cross Timbers area and some wooded areas there. We've heard about undisturbed grassland areas, which is different. If it is infeasible to avoid the Flint Hills, if I know there's discussion that some parties might like that, but if the commission were to decide that it's unreasonable for that to be a condition, what gives you comfort that this route is the absolute best way to mitigate all those other environmental issues? And are you comfortable that it is the best route to mitigate those issues? Or is it not, but it's balanced with other issues like residential areas and the location of hospitals?
So yeah, that's a broad question. So our analysis includes a variety of criteria. They include multiple environmental criteria, multiple social criteria, and multiple engineering criteria. So it's kind of a balancing act between those three things in order to get to the least overall impacting route, not just for environmental sake or engineering wants or social preferences, right? So what we do is we try to balance all of those criteria. We quantify all of those criteria among all routes to come up with a least overall impacting alignment, knowing that there is no magic alignment that it scores the best, so to speak, for each one of those criteria. But holistically, when you put everything together and you look at all of the different factors that go into routing a line, we feel that we've picked an alignment that balances all three of those out. And actually the alignment that has been selected and filed scored very, very high, very well for all criteria that we looked at. I'm not saying that, it was the best, because it wasn't for any of them, I don't think, but it scored very, very well for all of those across the board. So I guess to answer your question, that gives me comfort that we've done what we need to do, and we've done our due diligence, and we've presented, what we believe to be the best.
I appreciate the answer because it was not a well-formulated question. It was very broad. I think just one more question. And it goes to this issue of, gosh, maybe we can just avoid the whole Flint Hills. Maybe we can send this thing, 60 miles into Oklahoma. I'm looking at your experience, and it says you've got 19 years of experience supporting routing and siting efforts for hundreds of miles of transmission lines. I think you've indicated that includes Kansas and Oklahoma. Does it include any other states?
Multiple other states, yes.
Could you list some others? You don't have to be comprehensive, but what you can recall.
I Louisiana, Arkansas, Illinois, Iowa, North Dakota, Arizona, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Mississippi.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
pretty good list.
Yeah, I've done a few things.
Okay, so I think you qualify as an expert in routing studies and siting decisions. In your opinion, would it be reasonable for the commission to withhold a permit on the basis that we believe the line should just go into another state?
Do I believe that that's reasonable? No, I do not.
Care to elaborate on that at all, or you don't have to, you can leave it there.
I think I'll leave it there just because that might get out of my area of expertise.
Okay,
But
very
thank you.
well. I believe that's all I have. Landowner interveners.
Please give me the correct.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, now it is.
Thank you.
First of all, could you give me the correct pronunciation of your last name?
Dunham.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Dunham, before I get to my questions, I want to ask you one question. If I wrote this down correctly, you said in response to, I believe, Commissioner Keene, I have it written down as knowing we had to go through the Flint Hills. What made you say that knowing you had to go through the Flint Hills? I think you said you had 150 routes. You had 1,000 combinations. Why would you say knowing we had to go through the Flint Hills?
I'll clarify that. We had over 1 million routes
Okay.
that we looked at. All of the best scoring route alternatives went through the Flint Hills. I believe options that went to the south were inaccessible. There are no roads there. It's fully timbered. And I believe Mr. Lovelace explained the reasons why that was not feasible to do that.
Let me ask you this. If there was a federal or a state law that says you don't go through the Flint Hills, what would you do?
That's a great question. We would have to do another routing study and find a solution. And I don't know what that solution would be. I'd have to be looking at a map to even see the extent of the Flint Hills to see if that's feasible.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Okay. Is that the map? Okay, thank you. Could you ask that question again?
May I have the court reporter repeat, please?
Let me ask you this. There were federal state law that says you don't go to Flint Hills. What would you do?
So I'm going to answer that by assuming that this line had to be built. That would require us to go around the Flint Hills to the north or to the south. If we were to go to the south, we would be in Oklahoma, which is not in Evergy's footprint. If we went to the north, it would be an extremely long route.
Mr. Denham, why is it important, or why did you make the statement, if you went south, it would not be in Evergy's footprint? What does that have to do with anything?
We would not be able to connect to the interconnection point for this study if we needed to go south. Evergy would not build any lines to the south in Oklahoma.
I think I understand what you're saying, but let me repeat it if I could one more time. Are you saying that Evergy would not build lines in the state of Oklahoma?
Sorry. Say.
Would, see if I can do this. Are you stating that Evergy does not or will not build lines in Oklahoma?
It is my understanding that Evergy does not have authority to build lines in the state of Oklahoma.
Does the fact that Evergy does not have authority to build lines in the state of Oklahoma affect your selection of the preferred route?
Since Evergy does not have authority to build lines in Oklahoma, all of the routes that we looked at were located in the state of Kansas.
Could you repeat the question again? I'm not sure that was responsive.
Does the fact that Evergy does not have authority to build lines in the state of Oklahoma affect your selection of the preferred route?
I don't think it's relevant. The project is in Kansas, and we selected a route from the route alternatives that we had in this study, which are all located in Kansas.
Let me ask.
Maybe I'm not understanding that.
Could be the question too. Okay. Did you look at routes? Did you score routes that include more construction in Oklahoma than is in your preferred route, which is 0?
We did not look at any routes in Oklahoma for this project.
Did you look at any routes? I think you've already answered, but let me try this. Did you look at any routes that included partial building in Kansas and partial building in Oklahoma?
No, the extent of this routing study ended at the termination location at the Kansas-Oklahoma border west of Caney.
Now, in your scoring, you're required to give different weights to different criteria. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
And what scoring do you give to environmental or cultural?
That depends largely on the project. Like I've said before, I've worked for a number of years on utility projects with routing studies. Generally, we have a range of weights that we would typically assign to those criteria. However, those are subject to a little bit of flexibility based on public feedback, based on agency feedback, based on the utility that we're working with at the time. I believe in this instance, I cannot recall off the top of my head what those weights were, but I know that they were influenced by agency feedback and public feedback, and also just from our own experience with transmission line projects.
Well, let me step back for a minute. When were you retained by Evergy?
I don't recall the exact date that this project commenced.
Do you recall what the assignment was from Evergy? For instance, did Evergy say, find the preferred route to Delaware Station, or was it find the preferred route to Delaware Station using the least amount of Oklahoma or using only Kansas gas? What was the assignment given to you by Evergy? What were your limitations? What were you allowed to do?
The scope of our work was to conduct a routing study to select a preferred route alignment from the Buffalo Flats substation to an interconnection point located on the Kansas-Oklahoma border west of Caney.
So would it be fair and accurate to say that your assignment was to develop a preferred Kansas route?
A preferred route for this project, which is located in Kansas. Yes.
Did Evergy ask you in selecting a preferred route to avoid impact in the Flint Hills?
They did not specifically ask us to do that. They just asked us to conduct a routing study using our typical routing protocols.
Did Evergy ask you to conduct a preferred route to avoid the Cross Timbers area?
They did not ask me to do that.
Before today's hearing, I believe Commissioner Keene asked you if you're in the room. Were you aware of the fact that there's only a small amount of the Flint Hills tallgrass prairie remaining?
I was generally aware of that, just from common knowledge, yes.
Okay. And how much of that, if you know from your knowledge, is located in Kansas?
I do not know that.
Okay. What criteria or what importance did you give in your preferred route to minimizing the impact or minimizing the construction in the Flint Hills?
We did not have a specific criteria that called out the Flint Hills. We do have criteria that measure impacts to forested areas, to grassland areas, to pasture, and to cultivated crops. That was the extent of that.
But those, if I understand correctly, those would not take into effect or take into account that the grasslands we're talking about here are some of the few remaining parcels of the tallgrass prairie.
They did not.
And if I understand correctly, your analysis and weighting of criteria would not include any weighting based on whether or not there were ancient forests. And by what I define as ancient forests, meaning forests that have existed since 1730s.
No.
Let me ask you a further question. This will be your professional judgment.
Okay.
If Evergy would have asked you to prepare a preferred route, giving the highest criteria to the preservation of the Flint Hills, would you have prepared such a study?
Can you rephrase that, please?
I'll do my best. If Evergy asked you to prepare a preferred route with the highest criteria, highest weighting being preservation of the Flint Hills, would you have done such a preferred route?
The highest weighting that we used came from the KCC's guidance. There are factors for weighting, of which residential proximity was the highest factor. It was a 10, 1 through 10, 10 being the highest. The KCC guidelines ask that we use a weighting of 10 for residential proximity, which would be the highest. So I would not have weighted the Flint Hills the highest.
So let me see if I understand. Is your preferred route based on the KCC guidelines solely?
No. Our weightings, some of our weightings are based on KCC guidelines.
When did you just, well, let me back up a minute. Were you aware that certain individuals, including our clients, the individual landowners in this case, when did you become aware that there was at least a large group of people who were opposed to siting a line in the Flint Hills?
I recall having some conversations during our public open houses that we had in the 4 counties.
Okay. And did you take into account in your planning and in your scoring public comment on that subject?
Not specifically on Flint Hills, no.
What about specifically on the Cross Timbers area?
No.
In what category do you place areas like the Flint Hills? Is that cultural? Is it environmental? Is it historic? How do you weight it? What category does it fall in?
We did not have a category for the Flint Hills, and we did not weight that.
What about, did you have a category or did you weight the Cross Timbers area?
No, we did not.
Do you consider I'm asking this of you personally, okay? Do you consider it in your position as a practitioner in this area that the Flint Hills is a cultural resource?
No, I think I would, personally, I would probably consider that to be an environmental area.
What about Cross Timbers? Would you also consider that to be an environmental area?
I am not familiar with cross timbers. If you're referring to the old trees,
Yes, sir.
then that would be an environmental area as well.
Okay. I know that there's a category for threatened and endangered species. Is there a category for threatened and endangered ecosystems?
No.
Would you recommend that there be a category for threatened and endangered ecosystems?
I would say no, based on the ambiguity of how to quantify that. So from what I know right now, I would say no.
Okay. Do you consider the Flint Hills to be a threatened and endangered ecosystem?
No.
Yeah, just a moment.
Sure.
Just please, a couple of more questions, please.
Yes, please proceed.
Is your compensation from Evergy on a per hour basis or is it on a project basis?
We are paid on a project basis.
Okay. So are you getting more or less compensation for being here and testifying today?
This was included in our scope of work for this project.
In your testimony on a confidential basis, did you provide the amount of that compensation?
Can you rephrase that?
Certainly. In your confidential, if you have confidential portions of your testimony, is the amount that you're being paid on a project basis, was that presented in your testimony on a confidential basis?
No.
Do you consider that to be confidential information?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Buck, do you have questions for this witness?
I do. I wasn't planning on it, but I got deferred to him.
Yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunham.
Good afternoon.
So I got deferred to you. How many wells did you find? Oil and gas wells.
Can you be more specific, please?
Okay, you said that you identified any above ground oil structures. Is that correct?
We identified any above ground oil or gas structures that would be located within the proposed right of way of any of our route alternatives that we were evaluating.
Okay, and what did you find? Actually, let me go back. Can you define what you mean by these oil structures?
Not being an oil and gas person myself, I would assume an oil and gas structure to be any sort of pump jack, holding tank, anything above ground associated with an oil and gas operation.
Okay, thank you. And so you reviewed this above ground. What'd you find?
We quantified any above ground structures, oil and gas related, that would be located within the proposed right of way of any of our route alternatives that we looked at for this project.
How many did you find?
I do not have that information in front of me. I do know that we did not find any of those structures located within the proposed right of way of any of our top 10 routes.
Okay, so zero pump jacks is what you're considering as an oil structure. Zero tank batteries. And zero any other associated equipment that would look like, to someone that doesn't know much about oil and gas, that it looks like it is used for that purpose. Is that correct?
Yes, what we marked in the field and what we marked as oil and gas structures,
Okay.
those were included in our analysis, yes.
Okay, you said that you use data available for known oil and gas facilities. Can you expand on this data that you referred to?
Our GIS, our Geographic Information System group at Burns and McDonnell has a database comprised of multiple online databases for federal and state agencies, existing utilities, gas infrastructure, pipelines. We initially included that data in our mapping, and from there we drove the alignments as well as we could in the field to further identify any of those infrastructure that we could have possibly missed from a desktop survey.
Okay, so on this GIS website, you found absolutely zero wells in the footprint.
Can you be more clear on footprint, please?
On where the proposed route, actually you said the top 10, I think. Is that correct?
I believe our data showed that there were no existing oil and gas wells located within the proposed right-of-way for the top 10 lowest scoring routes, according to what we had marked with our data.
How can you adequately prefer a route when you've not studied the effects of oil and gas leasehold interest?
I was not asked to explore gas and oil leaseholder interests. I was asked to identify any potential impacts located along any of our route alternatives that we were identifying and quantifying.
So your score does not include any wells or facilities located in this route. Would you have changed your score if it crossed any wells or facilities?
No, the scores would have been reflected. Those gas and oil facilities would have been reflected in the scores had they been present within the proposed right of way.
So it would have adjusted the score.
It would have adjusted the score to what degree, I do not know.
Okay, what if it crossed, producing wells and associated equipment, in the aggregate of like 150? How do you think that would have changed the score? Any idea?
I do not know.
So one of the factors I've heard you speak on is, this avoiding residences. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is one of our criteria.
But this is, impossible to avoid every residence. Is that correct?
I guess that would depend on what your definition of avoiding would be. We make it a priority to avoid residences to the extent that we can to develop a route.
If I remember correctly, it was going to go by approximately 12 houses within 300 something feet or 500, I can't recall. But any event, what is your thought on, if it's very difficult to avoid these residential homes, do you think it's possible to microsite and avoid every oil well and facility located in these 4 counties?
Are you referring to the countywide, or are you referring to the preferred route?
I'm talking about if there ends up being wells in the preferred route. Do you think this is going to be easy to microsite around?
I think that there can be collaboration to come to an agreement to avoid any oil and gas infrastructure.
And one reason these routes were preferred is because it does not, jog or go back and forth very much, correct?
We did not have any route that had no angles.
But one of the reasons that we didn't go down the highway corridors is because I think you'd have to go back and forth across the highway. And that's expensive.
If you're referring to Highway 166?
Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
But your thoughts are that you guys get this preferred route without for sure identifying wells, and you believe it's going to be cheaper to microsite rather than going down this highway corridor?
Can you rephrase that?
So you
Please.
said one of the reasons the highway corridor of 166 was, not preferred is because of the expense.
I'm going to object as a mischaracterization of his testimony. I don't think he testifies to that. Is there somewhere that's specifically stated in his testimony?
Mr. Buck, I was busy writing a question myself. Could you restate your question?
Yeah, my question was, the highway corridor on 166 was not a preferred route due to the fact of the crossing back and forth of the highway and incurring additional expenses. My question to that, or my follow-up to that is, do they believe that that's going to be cheaper, or do they believe that micrositing every oil well and facility is going to be cheaper and outweigh that benefit?
Yeah, I'll allow the question. Go ahead and answer if you have an answer.
I can't answer to cost valuations or assumptions.
Is that part of whenever you assess these routes?
Cost?
Yes.
Direct cost, no.
Is one of these I heard this get brought up earlier about the FFA towers. Were Were you a part of that? Was that in your testimony?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay. I'll save that for later. Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we are back to commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, did any of that prompt additional questioning for you?
Yes, just a couple. I'm trying to word this question fairly.
Okay.
Was your response to to Chair French's question about this commission even making some suggestion about an through Oklahoma option, was that response in any way colored by the fact that the scope of your engagement with Evergy is confined to the best preferred Kansas route?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'll do my best to answer.
Yeah, maybe I didn't do the best job of explaining. As I understand it, the scope of your engagement, and I'm going to kind of use some generic terms here that cut to the chase. Scope of your engagement with Evergy is to find the preferred Kansas route from the Garden Plain interchange to a substation to the west of Caney.
Yeah, it wasn't explicitly directed to us to be a Kansas route. When we were engaged, we were scoped to provide a preferred route between the Buffalo Flats substation and an interconnection point west of Caney.
Okay.
Yeah.
How could it be other than through Kansas?
Correct. But it wasn't, we weren't specifically,
Well, fair enough.
yeah,
Fair
told
enough.
it has to
But
be
by
in
inference,
Kansas.
it has to be through Kansas.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So my question to you was, given the scope of your engagement, did that have any bearing on the response that you gave to Chair French when he asked you about whether or not the commission should even try to encourage or consider an alternative route that went through Oklahoma? Because Evergy doesn't, it's beyond the scope of your engagement. I don't know how else to phrase that.
Are you asking if I think the commission should look at routes that go through Oklahoma?
No, I'm not. You've answered that. You
Okay.
said no. And I'm wondering if that response is due to the fact that the scope of your engagement, in effect, is confined to Kansas.
Yep, I would say yes. I'm just speaking on our scope.
I appreciate your candor. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Commissioner Keither? I think I've got a question for you. This may have been better for Mr. Lovelace, but it's to the oil and gas question. Well, first, I just want to confirm, in all of the data you've looked at, no existing structures are going to be impacted by the preferred route. Is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, based on the data that we collected and verified in the field and utilized in our analysis, that is correct.
Okay. And this is where maybe it gets to Mr. Lovelace's. But so what we are really only talking about here is potential future development of that resource, correct?
My analysis did not take into account future development of oil and gas or anything underground, gas reserves, oil reserves, any of that. It was strictly above ground impacts that could be impacted with a transmission line located in close proximity.
Is it typical in other states to try to anticipate where future oil and gas production might occur and include that in a routing study?
I have never done that.
Mr. Lovelace mentioned the fact that Evergy, I'm probably putting words in his mouth, but it's not uncommon for them to work in the oil fields. I mean, obviously, they're big users of power. So it's not uncommon for them to have issues where they need to get infrastructure into heavy oil and gas areas. I think he mentioned the El Dorado area in Kansas. Is that, or do you have that same experience in what you do and your experience working with utilities, that's fairly common to have to route lines into those areas and that they are able to work with operators to get that done?
Yes, in my experience, that is true. I've worked on multiple transmission line routing projects where we had to navigate through either extensive oil and gas infrastructure or wind turbine areas.
And this may be getting beyond you as well, but to the extent you have knowledge, there's discussion of the fact that states and even counties will have their own setback requirements for oil wells, oil or gas wells. And I think there was discussion that those may be far enough back. I think some are 330, some may be less than that in some of these counties. But I believe the prior Evergy witness indicated that they would be, they thought those setbacks between wells would be enough that you could route between them using microsighting. Do you agree with that, or do you not have enough information to testify to that?
I would not have enough information to be helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Okay, that's all I have for you. Any redirect?
No redirect, but your question may be best for the next witness.
Okay, there you go. That's helpful. All right. Thank you, Mr. Dunham. You are relieved. You may step down. We have, I'm doing some math. We've got 45 minutes until I shut us down for today, but I think that's enough time to go ahead and get started with our next witness. So Mr. Bailey, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Evergy calls Matt Armfield.
And I'll have the court reporter swear him in. You're fine.
Tell me where or affirm testimony about to offer in this couch, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it on? Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
Matt Armfield,
Who is your employer?
Evergy.
And what is your position?
I'm the senior manager of real estate services.
And are you the same Matt Armfield who filed rebuttal testimony on February 9th?
I am.
And if I were to ask you those same questions here today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
I will tender the witness for commission questions.
All right. Any commissioners have initial questions of Mr. Armfield? Commissioner Keen, do you have questions?
Just generally, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
To give you the chance to have a formal last word here, have you been present during the testimony that's taken place here today?
I have.
With respect to some of the oil and gas issues that have been presented and discussed and considered here, do you have any opinions or views that you would like to express?
Do you have a direct question?
That's the question.
Okay.
Open-ended.
Evergy, I've been doing this 18 years. As of next month, I built hundreds of miles of power lines through the years, been part of it with the acquisition side. Like they testified, we just built within the last 5 years, a very large substation in Butler County, actually on an oil producer's property. surrounded by oil wells. We've always been able to work it out. We've never really, with the ability to slant drill and such, I don't really feel that we're going to have any effect.
Let's go back to Butler Gas, talk about that a little bit. What was the scope of your involvement there with oil? What was that 365 kV or 345 kV lines?
I wasn't directly involved. I was over the north half of Kansas at the time. So, but I believe there's 230 and 115 lines into that substation.
Okay. And how large was the geographic expanse of the area you dealt with in dealing with the oil in that area? So many square miles, ballpark?
In the Butler County project.
Yeah. Mhm.
Well, again, I wasn't directly involved, but I've seen the site. I drive by it all the time, coming to Wichita to visit my family. So I don't know how many acres the substation is. We replaced one adjacent to an old one. And it's, I don't know, probably 20 some acre substation.
Okay.
And there's probably 4 transmission lines coming into it. And Butler County is a very large producer of oil.
It is indeed. But let's kind of come back to the point here of, isn't there a distinction with a serious difference here between the efforts Evergy undertook with respect to this particular oil operation, where you have fixed known quantities, you're working with the oil operator to try to accomplish certain results, everything is more finite than it is when you're talking about a 133-mile expanse through 4 counties that produce oil and gas. Isn't that a distinction with a difference?
Well, it certainly is, but then you also have to consider counties like we're talking about on this project. Most of the properties on the county probably have an oil and gas lease. Trying not to spend ratepayer money flagrantly, we don't go out and do title work on every property, but we've always been able to work it out. We've never had a problem. We've never had oil and gas people push back.
Did I understand you to say that it was your belief that within these counties, because of, I guess, for legacy and historic reasons, virtually every parcel is subject to an oil and gas lease? Did I understand you to say that?
In areas, and I'm not an expert in this county, or in the oil and gas industry, but we've pulled a lot of title work through the years. And if a county has a lot of oil and gas, people have came in and tried to buy leases from as many people as they could. And then those leases have changed hands repeatedly through the years. So I would say if oil and gas is below the ground, there's a lot of oil and gas leases above the ground.
Wouldn't the presence, assuming, accepting, not assuming, just accepting your opinion, that there is somewhat of a universal proliferation of leases throughout these counties, wouldn't that fact alone, let me start at a different place. Is it fair to say, or am I going beyond the purview of your knowledge to say that the oil and gas industry is a consequential economic undertaking in these 4 counties?
You'd probably be going beyond my knowledge because I don't done title work.
Fair enough.
To see what actually exists.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. So I'll head back to where I was originally headed. Then if, in accordance with your view that there's some almost universality of leasing that's taken place that affect most, if not all, parcels within these counties, wouldn't that weigh in favor of, given a potential for economic consequence, wouldn't that weigh in favor of some kind of study or undertaking in advance of the fact to determine what the impact could be of a line of this consequence on those activities?
Again, it would be very costly to the ratepayers to do it. And I don't think they've talked about economic benefits. I don't know that there's an economic benefit to do that because we're talking about putting, in this case, maybe a 150-foot corridor. And they can set, if it's 75 feet off center line, they can put a pump jack 80 feet over and they can drill underneath the line. I truly don't believe we're reducing the ability to extract oil.
If I were to tell you, hypothetically, maybe even really, that the spacing requirements in Kansas are such that in some counties, it's basically, well, it's going to be placed within 165 foot of an adjoining lease line. In others, it has to be 330. That in many cases, the 165 spacing is in south central and southeast Kansas, if I were to say that. If I were to further say that within the lease itself, there is no requirement by state reg or law as to the well spacing within the lease, as long as it doesn't transcend that distance from the boundaries. Isn't it potentially having a very consequential effect on the ability to develop these leases by the placement of those lines? Too conjectural?
Without, it would depend on property sizes, obviously,
It would.
and density. And
It would.
I mean, I don't know. I would think they would be pretty well filled with I would think at this time, and this is my opinion,
Sure.
that most properties would have all the pump jacks that are economically feasible on it at this date, but I'm not an expert.
No. I genuinely appreciate your indulgence in my questions. Very much so. No further questions.
All right. Commissioner Keither, any initial questions of this witness?
You talk about microsighting and the impact that it would have on the oil and gas industry. Could you elaborate? I really don't understand what that means.
Well, my group is kind of after the corridors selected, so I wouldn't be the best person to define microsighting.
Okay, thank you.
I may have a couple questions for you, but I'm going to defer until after the other parties go. So, Mr. Zakura, any landowner intervener questions? And we've got 35 minutes until I start banging the gong. So just so you know.
Can I ask you the same question first I asked the preceding witness? Would you please give me the proper pronunciation of your last name?
Armfield.
Armfield.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Armfield, I did a little bit of informal research over the break. And over the last 2 years ago, there was 1,070 producing wells in Chautauqua County and 965 producing wells last year in Chautauqua County. Does the fact that there's 1,000 wells in that county, would that indicate to you that you needed to look into that before you arrived at the preferred route?
No, my opinion would be as stated before.
Would you mind, please, sir, stating that opinion again to me?
Well, you were the one talking about economic benefits.
Yes,
Always
sir.
trying to keep rates in a reasonable manner.
Yes, sir.
So, and knowing from years of experience that as I understand, our route has no pump jacks in it. And, if the spacing's 165 feet, they could be on both sides. I don't know that it would be, I truly don't believe we're going to affect the ability to extract oil.
let me ask you a couple of questions, or a few questions, please. Are you the Evergy executive in charge of negotiating easements and right-of-way agreements?
I wouldn't call myself an executive, but I am over the real estate project management group. So yes,
Okay.
my team acquires all the easements
Okay.
and settles damages.
And would that be the case, sir, for the entire 133-mile length of the transmission line?
Correct.
Now, let me give you, well, first of all, does Evergy do that individually or do you contract that out?
We have staff project managers, and then we have contract teams that work under staff project managers.
Okay. Now, I believe also, as I recall a testimony earlier in the day, that the work on the particular easements or right of way is oftentimes done by subcontractors. Is that correct?
The work, defined work,
Certainly, construction on the right of way or easement site.
it's usually a contractor, yes.
Could you tell me the amount of insurance or what the general requirements of people who work for Evergy and who would work on this contract site? What are the requirements that you have for them?
I'm not involved in the construction contracts. That would be Mr. Lovelace.
Would you say that most right-of-way and easement agreements are perpetual or for a number of years?
They're perpetual.
If a landowner came and wanted to negotiate a right-of-way for, let's say, 10 years or 20 years or 25 years, would Evergy be conducive to doing other than a perpetual right-of-way agreement?
Certainly not in a case like this, because this line is going to be supporting the public for generations.
So whatever easement right-of-way is ordered in the entire length is going to be perpetual in existence.
We will acquire permanent easements for the corridor. We will potentially acquire temporary construction easements if necessary to pull wire outside of the corridor.
What are the requirements for, if this is in your area, what are the requirements for spraying of herbicides in the area around the corridor?
It's not in my, we have a vegetation management department that does that.
Okay.
I know we do spray, but then we also, when we go meet with the property owners and negotiate, we have a litany of questions that we ask them about oil and gas, about any uses of the property. And so we find out their wishes and, you know, if it's a certified type farm, we can make note to not spray on it.
Just for clarification, were you speaking about Evergy's spraying practices, or were you speaking about the landowners' spraying practices?
Well, it was kind of a hybrid. What I was saying is, are there any restrictions in the right-of-way or easement agreements that would affect the spraying that is done outside?
Okay.
No, there aren't.
Okay.
We acquire the right to build, operate, and maintain the line. And otherwise, the property owner can use the property as long as it's not damaging or threatening to the power line to keep everyone's lights on.
Is there a right of ingress and egress to
Yes,
the
sir.
right-of-way and easements?
Yes.
What do those typically provide for? For instance, do you give notice to the landowners?
Well, when we negotiate easements to build a line, for instance, we're going to show them aerials and we'll have aerial strips and we'll, of course, make an offer eventually to purchase the easement. We'll ask them what their preferred route would be. Because we are not experts on their properties, they are. And if the route they would like us to follow is feasible and, not outrageous, then Like sometimes they might want us to, I've had them think we can drive up between buildings and turn left. Well, we got a 60-foot pole on a semi. You know, we can't do that. So, but our goal is to use paths that the property owners prefer.
Do you typically build any roads for egress and egress?
We don't build roads. We might improve an access route as necessary. And then many times they'll want us to leave it. Sometimes they don't. And then we need to put it back as it was before.
Is there anything in the easement agreement that has to do with right-of-way, that has to do with liability in this regard? What if there is a fire caused on the property that is attributable to the operation of the high voltage line?
We have what I call a damage clause in the easement. And if we cause damage to the property, we're responsible. And so if we started a fire, we would have to reimburse them for whatever was damaged.
Has that happened in the past?
Not since we used to not mow. Now we mow the easement corridor before construction. Years ago when I started, we didn't mow everything. And then the tall grass might start an exhaust fire. So it hasn't happened in quite a long time.
In your position, sir, have you walked or driven the area of this land, of the proposed route in the Flint Hills and Cross Timbers area?
I attended all the open houses and I have driven portions of all the routes, but I don't know that I've driven this exact route. 100%.
Okay. Do you understand that many of the landowners greatly prize their view shed or the view?
Absolutely.
If a landowner comes to you and says, you can put the line in, but you've got to pay me for the view shed, do you pay for loss of view shed?
We compensate on a per acre basis.
And could you give me an example of what you value the view shed as in dollars?
You know, it would be valued differently by each person. I mean, there's very few unobstructed view sheds, as you say, in the state. There's silos, there's all kinds of improvements everywhere.
So, well, let me put it this way. Would it be your opinion that a 80 to 160 foot tower would diminish the view shed of the landowners?
I'm sure some people would. I mean, I see them from my home. So,
and what area of the state do you live in?
North of Topeka.
Okay. Do you have a easement or a right-of-way template?
Yes, we attached it to the protocols.
And as I understand, looking at your testimony, you don't have if I understood it correctly, you don't have a model restoration agreement.
Correct. Every property is different. And so we have a procedure we follow. You know, we document, we talk to the landowners, we find out what is on their property way before we even buy an easement. We're asking them about all improvements. And then every property is different. So you can't just have a one size fits all scenario.
Is there any provision in the template, the right-of-way or easement template for the construction of additional lines on an existing easement?
Can you ask that in a different way?
Certainly. If you have a agreement for a route, okay, and you reached an easement or right-of-way agreement with a party, does that easement provide for additional transmission lines on the property?
It provides for that power line to be built. Like before you asked, or someone did, you know, what if it was a 765 type line?
Yeah.
That couldn't be in that narrow of a corridor. So in a scenario like that was brought up earlier, we would need to buy a wider easement typically.
But what if there was, sir, a voltage that would fit in the existing easement? Is that provided for the right of way, or do you have to give it additional right of way or easement?
Well, we have the right to build and rebuild the line. So if we rebuilt it, we could put it there. The easement would allow us to double circuit, if you will, but we would absolutely have to replace every structure, and that wouldn't be feasible.
Well, let me ask you this a different way. If you had, for instance, a 138 kV line and you wanted to put a 354 or let's say 200 or something above 138, would your existing template require you to replace with a higher voltage line?
The higher voltage typically requires a wider corridor, so we would have to buy a new easement and renegotiate.
Okay.
Because the 138 is typically a 100-foot corridor, and the 345 is 150 foot to 175, whatever they determine.
Let me ask you this, since you stated that, what is the typical width of a right-of-way easement, right-of-way or easement for a 345 kV line?
Well, there's no typical. I guess they're normally around 150 plus or minus. It depends. Are they following a road? Are they crossing a river? Are they crossing a huge valley? It's all about, as I understand, I'm not an engineer, but the length of the span, and then the wire sags and it swings in the wind. So the length of the span and the swing is what determines the need for the easement width. So the wire doesn't contact trees or structures.
Are there any parts of the KCC guidelines that affect easements or right-of-way?
I'm not an expert on the KCC guidelines. That would probably be Darren or somebody.
If the utility engages in eminent domain, would that come under your department?
Yes.
How many eminent domain proceedings have you been involved in as a company in, let's say, 2025?
Maybe 3. I don't know. I would have to 3 to 5.
Okay. For a 133-mile construction project, what would you expect to be the number of parcels that you would have to exercise eminent domain?
On a line of that length, it would be very rare for us to run into every parcel that didn't have some kind of probate problems. So often it's not because we couldn't reach an agreement, it's because someone doesn't have the clear right to convey because maybe probate wasn't done right or a litany of other title problems.
Thank you. I don't think I have anything further.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Zakura. Mr. Buck, any questions for this witness?
I will be quick.
Thank you.
Mr. Armfield, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. So you mentioned you've been a part of this in kind of this oil and gas area in Butler County.
Yes, and other parts of the state as well.
And you essentially told Commissioner Keene that, you know, it won't affect Evergy because they can slant drill. Is that correct?
I don't think that's what I don't think I said it won't affect Evergy.
Okay, well, do you agree that your response to him was that they can, the oil companies can slant drill?
Again, I'm not an expert, but as I've understood through the years working with people, that ability does exist.
Yeah, would it surprise you that is super, super costly And it doesn't happen in southeast Kansas very often. Would that surprise you?
I guess it would.
And whenever you did this, you know, in the other areas, I mean, do you usually, you said that it's very straightforward. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but essentially straightforward between the landowner and lessee of an oil and gas lease. It was pretty smooth. Can you kind of go into detail on that? How were they notified? Can you go into detail about that process that you've done in the past?
Well, researching title on oil and gas is often quite challenging, as you probably are aware, because through the years, they get assigned and reassigned and reassigned. So first thing we do is we knock on the property owner's door and talk to them and ask if they know who the current lessee is, if we find oil and gas, or if there's pumpers on their property that makes it obvious.
And do you usually do that, I mean, after the route's approved, obviously?
Yes, sir.
That's the standard that you guys have used in the past?
Yes, I believe that to be the industry standard.
And you mentioned that, you know, it's very hard to find. Are you familiar with Kansas Geological Survey, KGS website?
Yeah, we hire third-party title companies to do all of our research, so
Right.
they do a pretty effective job.
How do you, have you ever calculated compensation for these easements for, you know, if they go across to producing well, since you've done this quite often?
To be honest, we've never had a producer lay a claim.
They just plugged it voluntarily?
We've never moved a well pumper. And, you know, if there's pump jacks on the property, they have not been concerned, haven't voiced a complaint.
Okay, so you've never came across a producing well? Well,
I didn't say that.
then you just allowed them to keep it within the easement? I'm trying to follow.
When we buy an easement, we buy the right to construct, maintain,
Correct.
rebuild a power line. We don't restrict the property in any other way, other than we don't want a pump jack in the easement corridor. So,
Okay.
and I think as has been testified, I don't believe there's any pump jacks in the corridor that we have proposed.
Would it shock you if it went across pump jacks of my client?
I'm gonna object to a attorney testifying here.
Mr. Buck, any response?
I mean, this is directly relevant. Throughout the hearing, they've mentioned, you know, various times that this crosses nothing. And I mean, I think the commissioners need to know. You know, there's some research we can do on this. I'm happy to put this in my brief, so I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I'm fine with asking the question. It is essentially a hypothetical, and the witness can answer it, you know, however he can. If he doesn't have knowledge to answer it, then that's okay.
And can you repeat the specific question?
Would it surprise you if I told you the line went directly over producing oil and gas wells on my client's lease?
When you say directly over, are you saying that the 150-foot easement corridor has the pump jack within it?
Within the court, that is correct.
It would surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me that there are pump jacks on properties we're crossing.
Whenever you do these easements, do you compensate mineral owners, the lessee for losing possibly a lease, or both, or just the landowner?
We contact the landowners and we let the lessees know that we're there and what we're doing.
Have you ever compensated a mineral owner where minerals have been severed for loss of royalty payments?
Could you be more specific? I'm not understanding.
Yeah, so are you aware in Kansas that you can sever minerals from the surface?
Oh, yes.
And in that event, if there's a active oil and gas lease, those mineral owners are paid royalties generally from production of the lease.
Yeah, I'm aware that that takes place.
Have you ever compensated a mineral owner of the mineral estate?
No, like I testified previously, we've never had any claim that we were damaging their ability to extract oil.
So what you're testifying to is, or is this simply a promise to address conflicts after the route has already been chosen?
I'm not clear. Could you rephrase that or something?
Is it your intention and your promise to address these oil and gas conflicts and do title search and do your due diligence after the route has already been chosen?
Yes, I believe I testified the industry standard is to do research after the routing study, and we will get all that information.
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Buck. Commissioners, any additional questions following that? Nothing from Commissioner Keen, nothing from Commissioner Keither. Well, I've got 10 minutes left before I said I was going to stop, so.
Go for it.
Well, your name was brought up when I asked some questions previously, particularly on I believe on the remediation side, but also on the oil and gas issues, but I believe that's been addressed. Can you talk to me a little more about your process for documenting site condition, but before and after construction? What your current remediation process is, and then this is going to be very open-ended, but I'd like your opinion on if we did approve the preferred route, what is a constructive way that this commission could micromanage, for lack of a better term, micromanage those remediation efforts?
Well, our remediation process starts before, in the early negotiations. So we find out what is on their property. The field agent should be out there taking pictures of the corridor, pictures of everything. We have aerial GIS. If there's areas of concern, we can now, more recently use aerial drones to look at areas. I'm a lover of the Flint Hills. Truly. And, we have lines all over the Flint Hills, and that's been a big part of the discussion. And I've been part of rebuilding lines through the Flint Hills in the northern half of Kansas for years. We've gone across conservation easements, rebuilding lines, being properties that have transmission lines on it and conservation easements are laid on top of it. And, you can drive through there and look, and, you can't typically, unless we just did it, you can't see where we were. I'm very proud to work here because they allow me and my team to, and what I feel like, do what is right. So we document it. We negotiate with the property owners. The field agent, is we're kind of a construction liaison. So we're there throughout the project. If the property owner has a problem, they should call the field agent that bought the easement from them. That's the same person ideally that settles damages with them post-construction. So they've both lived the project together, if you will. And, we take, if there's impacts that happen, something that, we'll document it during construction, document after, if it's a tilled ground, we talk about what kind of crops, what's their crop rotation. We find out if they have, buried tiles, for instance, and we try to protect them with mats. And it's kind of interesting. You guys requested these protocols, but truly, we just put in writing what we've always done, in my opinion.
You mentioned conservation easements. It's an interesting area. I actually know there's one real close to the route of this line. You guys happen to go south of it, near Sedan. Does the preferred route go through any conservation easements that you're aware of in the Flint Hills?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, we haven't done title work yet.
Okay.
We typically don't do title work because, it's fairly expensive, especially on 133 parcels. And if we did title work on every one of those routes, we would still be doing title work. We probably wouldn't be having this conversation because there's just limited number of title companies that can actually do the work.
Tell me, I don't believe it was your testimony. I believe, it may have also been in your testimony. There was just a general reference that after the construction and disturbance, you all lay down native grasses. Was glad to hear that. I mean, I live in a much more disturbed area of the state now than my past life. Now I'm in the suburbs. I see transmission lines going up everywhere. There's Johnson grass all around them. I'm assuming it's a little different protocol in the suburbs of Kansas City than it is in the Flint Hills. Is that the native grass mix that you use? Is that just kind of a standard mix? Do you try to suit it to the specific conditions? What can you tell me about the vegetation you try to put down in disturbed areas?
Historically, we always go to the local NRCS office. They all have done studies. They actually, I think it's an 18-inch square, almost a rebar thing, and they go out and throw it on the ground, and they do that a few times and randomly count species. So they know what type, what the percentages of each grass are, and they have recommended seeding rates, so much tall blue stem, so much short, so much everything. And that's typically what we use. Of course, it comes in slow. It depends on the damage. I mean, a lot of people have a very empty cup, and if we've just driven on it and wear it down, but truly it will almost always come back. I mean, if you think of I listened to an article the other day and they were saying, the buffalo, they will come through the Flint Hills before we were all here and wear it down to pure dirt and it would come back,
So you're probably aware staff has recommended that Evergy hire a third-party consultant to help work on remediation practices. Would that be within your department or would that be somewhere else?
It would be kind of between Cale and I and vegetation management.
Okay.
I mean, it's Cale's project. He would ultimately hire the person,
Okay.
but he would work with my team. I have a Wichita office that would be overseeing this line.
If that were required, would you anticipate leveraging existing relationships? Would you seek to bid that? How would you approach that, or have you not had any discussions about that yet?
I don't believe we've had discussions yet on how we would do that.
Okay.
You know, the NRCS is probably the best resource, but I've tried to go to them as a company person, and their role in life is to help the landowner.
Mhm.
So they're real hesitant to help us, but directly. But, you know, there's a lot of retired NRCS guys and gals, and there's a lot of experts out there in the field
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
we can, you know, have a look at pastures and
Okay, I appreciate it. I don't believe I have any more questions. Any redirect from Evergy?
No redirect.
Okay, I'm hearing a no. All right, well then this does conclude your testimony. We
Thank you.
thank you for your time and you may step down. All right, just a little housekeeping before we conclude. It looks like we have two more Evergy witnesses. We have the Southwest Power Pool, and then we have all of our landowner witnesses, and then we have Mr. Buck on behalf of Bull Oil, and then we'll have staff. So we've got quite a list of witnesses for tomorrow. To the attorneys in the room, just keep in mind that we'll have one day to get through everybody. If you've got some really good questions for these witnesses, move them to the top of your list because the risk is I'm going to cut you off. So I'll let you work on prioritization of your examinations overnight, and we will see you all tomorrow. And I think tomorrow, I think we will be able to start at 9 o'clock. I know that the schedule had previously said 10 o'clock. Would that be a problem for any parties to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow? I'm not seeing, is that an issue for you?
No. I was just going to say, is the schedule going to start with the SPP witness tomorrow?
We will, at this time, my plan is to continue going with the Evergy witnesses and just take it in the schedule that we have. I'm assuming that Mr. Rahim is available all day. Okay, then we will stick to the existing schedule and just get to him after Evergy. Okay, so 9 o'clock is our beginning time tomorrow. Anything else from the parties before we conclude for today? All right, then we are off the record and we are in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. We will see you all then.